Book 3, Chapter 8 of the Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. Book 3, Hermit and Heretic, 1860 to 1870. Chapter 8, Agates and Abbeville, 1868. Recording by Xiaoyan Arrowsmith. Of less interest to the general reader, though too important a part of Ruskin's life and work to be passed over without mention, are his studies in mineralogy. We have heard of his early interest in spars and oars, of his juvenile dictionary in forgotten hieroglyphics, and of his studies in the field and at the British Museum. He had made a splendid collection, and knew the various museums of Europe as familiarly as he knew the picture galleries. In the Ethics of the Dust, he had chosen crystallography as the subject in which to exemplify his method of education, and in 1867, after finishing the letters to Thomas Dixon, he took refuge, as before, among the stones, from the stress of more agitating problems. In the lecture on the Savoy Alps in 1863, he had referred to a hint of Saussure's that the contorted beds of the limestones might possibly be due to some sort of internal action resembling on a large scale that separation into concentric or curved bands which is seen in calcareous deposits. The contortions of gneiss were similarly analogous, it was suggested, to those of the various forms of silica. Ruskin did not adopt the theory but put it by for examination in contrast with the usual explanation of these phenomena as the simple mechanical thrust of the contracting surface of the earth. In 1863 and 1866, he had been among the Nagelfluh of northern Switzerland studying the pudding stones and the breccias. He saw that the difference between these formations, in their structural aspect, and the hand specimens in his collection of pisolitic and brecciated minerals was chiefly a matter of size, and that the resemblances in form were very close, and so he concluded that if the structure of the minerals could be fully understood, a clue might be found to the very puzzling question of the origin of mountain structure. Hence his attempt to analyze the structure of agates and similar banded and brecciated minerals in a series of papers in the Geological Magazine, an attempt which, though it was never properly completed and fails to come to any general conclusion, is extremely interesting as an account of beautiful and curious natural forms till then little noticed by mineralogists. A characteristic anecdote of this period is preserved in Arrows of the Chase. The Daily Telegraph of January the 21st, 1868, contained a leading article upon the following facts. It appeared that a girl named Matilda Griggs had been nearly murdered by her seducer, who, after stabbing her in no less than 13 places, had then left her for dead. She had, however, still strength enough to crawl into a field close by, and there swooned. The assistance she met with in this plight was of a rare kind. 2 calves came up to her, and disposing themselves on either side of her bleeding body, thus kept her warm and partly sheltered from cold and rain. Temporarily preserved, the girl eventually recovered, and entered into reconnaissances under a sum of £40 to prosecute her murderous lover. But she loved much, and failing to prosecute, forfeited her recognizance, and was imprisoned by the Chancellor of the Exchequer for her debt. Pity the poor debtor, wrote the Daily Telegraph, and the next day's issue appeared the following letter, probably not intended for the publication accorded to it. Sir, except in Gil Blas, I never read of anything Austrian on the earth so perfect as the story in your 4th article today. I send you a check for the Chancellor. If 40 in legal terms means 400, you must explain the farther requirements to your impulsive public. I am, sir, your faithful servant, J. Ruskin. The writer of letters like this naturally had a large correspondence, beside that which a circle of private friends and numberless admirers and readers elicited. About this time it grew to such a pitch that he was obliged to print a form excusing him from letter-writing, on the ground of stress of work. And indeed this year, though he did not publish his annual volume as usual, he was fully occupied with frequent letters to newspapers, several lectures and addresses, a preface to the reprint of his old friend Cruikshank's Grimm, and the beginning of a new botanical work, Proserpina, in addition to the mineralogy, and a renewed interest in classical studies. Of the public addresses, the most important was that on the mystery of life and its arts, delivered in the theatre of the Royal College of Science, Dublin, May 13th, and printed in Sesame and Lilies. After this visit to Ireland, he spent a few days at Winnington, and late in August crossed the Channel for rest and change at Abbeville. For the past 5 years he had found too little time for drawing. It was 20 years since his last sketching of French Gothic, except for a study, now at Oxford, of the porch at Amiens in 1856. He took up the old work where he had left it, after writing The Seven Lamps, with fresh interest and more advanced powers of draftsmanship, as shown in a pencil study of the Place Admiral Courbet, now in the drawing school at Oxford. The following are extracts from the usual budget of home letters. Readers of force will need no further introduction to their old acquaintance, the tallow chandler. Abbeville, Friday, the 18th of September, 1868. You seem to have a most uncomfortable time of it with the disturbance of the house. However, I can only leave you to manage these things as you think best, or feel pleasantest to yourself. I am saddened by another kind of disorder. France is in everything so fallen back, so desolate and comfortless compared to what it was 20 years ago. The people so much rougher, clumsier, more uncivil, everything they do vulgar and base. Remnants of the old nature come out when they begin to know you. I am drawing at a nice tallow chandler's door, and today, for the first time, had to go inside for rain. He was very courteous and nice, and warned me against running against the candle ends or bottoms as they were piled on the shelves, saying, "You must take care, you see, not to steal any of my candles, or steal from my candles," meaning not to rub them off on my coat. He has a beautiful family of cats, papa and mamma, and 2 superb kittens, half Angora. The 22nd of September. I am going to my cats and tallow chandler. I was very much struck by the superiority of manner both in him and in his 2 daughters, who serve at the counter, to persons of the same class in England. When the girls will weighed out their candles, or written down the orders that are sent in, they instantly sit down to their needlework behind the counter, and are always busy, yet always quiet, and their father, though of course there may be vulgar idioms in his language which I do not recognize, has entirely the manners of a gentleman. The 30th of September. I have the advantage here I hadn't counted on. I see by the papers that the weather in England is very stormy and bad. Now, though it is showery here, and breezy, It has always allowed me at some time of the day to draw. The air is tender and soft, invariably, even when blowing with force, and today I have seen quite the loveliest sunset I ever yet saw. One at Bologna in '61 was richer, but for delicacy and loveliness nothing of past sight ever came near this. Earlier on the same day he had written, I am well satisfied with the work I'm doing, and even with my own power of doing it, if only I can keep myself from avariciously trying to do too much and working hurriedly. But I can do very little quite well each day. With that, however, is my bounden duty to be content. And now I have a little piece of news for you. Our old Hernhill house being now tenantless and requiring some repairs before I can get a tenant, I have resolved to keep it for myself, for my rougher mineral work and mass of collection, keeping only my finest specimens at Denmark Hill. My first reason for this is affection for the old house, my second, want of room, my third, the incompatibility of hammering, washing, and experimenting on stones with cleanliness in my stores of drawings, and my fourth is the power I shall have, when I want to do anything very quietly, of going up the hill and thinking it out in the old garden where your greenhouse still stands, and the aviary, without fear of interruption from callers. It may perhaps amuse you, in hours which otherwise would be listless, to think over what may be done with the old house. I have ordered it at once to be put in proper repair by Mr. Snell, but for the furnishing I can give no directions at present. It is to be very simple, at any events, and calculated chiefly for museum work and for stores of stones and books, and you really must not set your heart on having it furnished like Buckingham Palace. I have bought today for £5 the front of the porch of the church of St. James. It was going to be entirely destroyed. It is worn away and has little of its old beauty, but as a remnant of the Gothic of Abbeville, as I happened to be here, and as the church was dedicated to my father's patron saint, as distinct from mine, I am glad to have got it. It is a low arch, with tracery and niches, which ivy and the herba de la Madonna will grow over beautifully wherever I rebuild it. At Abbeville he had with him as usual his valet Crowley, and as before he sent for Downes the gardener to give him a holiday and to enjoy his raptures over every new sight. C.E. Norton came on a short visit, and Ruskin followed him to Paris, where he met the poet Longfellow October the 7th. At last, on Monday, the 19th of October, he wrote, Only a line today, for I'm getting things together, and am a little tired, but very well, and glad to come home, though much mortified at having failed in half my plans and done nothing compared to what I expected. But it is better than if I were displeased with all I had done. It isn't Turner, and it isn't Correggio, it isn't even proud, but it isn't bad. Returning home, he gave an account of his autumn's work in the lecture at the Royal Institute, January the 29th, 1869, on the flamboyant architecture of the Valley of the Somme. This lecture was not then published in full, but part of the original text is printed in the third chapter of the work we have next to notice, The Queen of the Air. End of Book 3, Chapter 8. Recording by Xiaoyan, Arrowsmith.
Book 3, Chapter 9 of The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. LibriVox.org. The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. Book 3, Hermit and Heretic, 1860 to 1870. Chapter 9, The Queen of the Air, 1869. Recording by Graham Arrowsmith. In spite of a classical education and the influence of Aristotle upon the immature art theories of his earlier works, Ruskin was known, in his younger days, as a Goth and the enemy of the Greeks. When he began life, his sense of justice made him take the side of modern painters against classical tradition. Later on, when considering the great questions of education and the aims of life, he entirely set aside the common routine of Greek and Latin grammar as the all-in-all of culture. But this was not because he shared Carlyle's contempt for classical studies. In Modern Painters, Volume 3, he had followed out the indications of nature worship and tried to analyse in general terms the attitude of the Greek spirit towards landscape scenery, as betrayed in Homer and Aristophanes and the poets usually read. Since that time, his interest in Greek literature had been gradually increasing. He had made efforts to improve his knowledge of the language, and he had spent many days in sketching and studying the terracottas and vases and coins at the British Museum. He had also taken up some study of Egyptology through Champollion, Bunsen, and Birch in the hope of tracing the origin of Greek decorative art. Comparative mythology at that time was a department of philology introduced to the English public chiefly by Max Müller. Under his influence, Ruskin entered step by step upon an inquiry which afterwards became of singular importance in his life and thought. In 1865, he had told his hearers at Bradford that Greek religion was not, as commonly supposed, the worship of beauty, but of wisdom and power. They did not, in their great age, worship Venus, but Apollo and Athena, and he regarded their mythology as a sincere tradition, effective in forming a high moral type, and a great school of art. In the Ethics of the Dust, he had explained the myth of Athena as parallel to that of Neith in Egypt, and in his fable of Neith and St. Barbara, he had hinted at a comparison on equal terms of ancient and medieval mythology. He ended by saying that, though he would not have his young hearers believe that the Greeks were better than we, and that their gods were real angels, yet their art and morals were in some respects greater, and their beliefs were worth respectful and sympathetic study. The Queen of the Air is his contribution to this study. On March the 9th, 1869, his lecture at University College London on Greek myths of cloud and storm began with an attempt to explain in popular terms how a myth differs from mere fiction on the one hand and from allegory on the other, being not conceived didactically but didactic in its essence, as all good art is. He showed that Greek poetry dealt with a series of nature myths with which were interwoven ethical suggestions, that these were connected with Egyptian beliefs, but that the full force of them was only developed in the central period of Greek history, and their interpretation was to be read in a sympathetic analysis of the spirit of men like Pindar and Aeschylus. The great question, he said, in reading a story is, always, not what wild hunter dreamed, or what childish race first dreaded it, but what wise man first perfectly told, and what strong people first perfectly lived by it. And the real meaning of any myth is that which it has at the noblest age of the nation among whom it was current. In the next chapter he worked out, as a sequel to his lecture, two groups of animal myths, those connected with birds, and especially the dove as a type of spirit, and those connected with the serpent in its various significances. These two studies were continued, more or less, in Love's Manie and in the lecture printed in DEUCALION, as the third group, that of plant myths, was carried on in Proserpina. The volume contained also extracts from the lecture on the architecture of the Valley of the Somme, and 2 numbers of the Cestus of Aglaia, and closed with a paper on the Heracles of Camarina, read to the South Lambeth Art School on March the 15th. This study of a Greek coin had already formed the subject of an address at the Working Men's College, and anticipated the second course of Oxford lectures. For the rest, The Queen of the Air is marked by its statement, more clearly than before in Ruskin's writing, of the dependence of moral upon physical life, and of physical upon moral science. He speaks with respect of the work of Darwin and Tyndall, but as formerly in the Reed Lecture and afterwards in the Eagle's Nest, he claims that natural science should not be pursued as an end in itself, paramount to all other conclusions and considerations, but as a department of study subordinate to ethics, with a view to utility and instruction. Before this book was quite ready for publication, and after a sale of some of his less treasured pictures at Christie's, he left home for a journey to Italy, to revisit the subjects of stones of Venice, as in 1868 he had revisited those of the Seven Lamps. At Vevey on the way he wrote his preface, May 1st. By quiet stages he passed the Simplon, writing from Domo d'Ossola, 5th of May 1869. I never yet had so beautiful a day for the Simplon as this has been, though the skin of my face is burning now all over, to keep me well in mind of its sunshine. I left Brieg at 6 exactly, light clouds breaking away into perfect calm of blue, heavy snow on the Col about a league, with the wreaths in many places higher than the carriage. Then white crocus all over the fields with soldanelle and primula farinosa. I walked about 3 miles up and 7 down with great contentment, the waterfalls being all in rainbows, and one beyond anything I ever yet saw, for it fell in a pillar of spray against shadow behind, and became rainbow altogether. I was just near enough to get the belt broad and the down part of the arch, and the whole fall became orange and violet against deep shade. Tomorrow I hope to get news of you all at Abbeville. Abbeville, Thursday the 6th of May 1869. It is wet this morning and very dismal, for we are in a ghastly new inn, the old one being shut up, and there is always a reaction after a strong excitement like the beauty of the Simplon yesterday, which leaves one very dull. But it is of no use growling or mewing. I hope to be at Milan tomorrow, at Verona for Sunday. I have been reading Dean Swift's Life and Gulliver's Travels again. Putting the delight in dirt, which is a mere disease, aside, Swift is very like me in most things, in opinions exactly the same. At Milan next day he went to see the St. Catherine of Luini, which he had copied, and found it wantonly damaged by the carelessness of masons who put their ladders up against it, just as if it were a bit of common whitewashed wall. On the 8th he reached Verona, after 17 years' absence, and on the 10th he was in Venice. There, looking at the works of the old painters with a fresh eye, and with feelings and thoughts far different from those with which he had viewed them as a young man in 1845, he saw beauties he had passed over before in the works of a painter till then little regarded by connoisseurs and entirely neglected by the public. Historians of art like Crowe and Cavell-Cassell had indeed examined Carpaccio's works and investigated his life, along with the lives and works of many another obscure master. Artists like Hooke and Burne-Jones had admired his pictures. Ruskin had mentioned his backgrounds twice or thrice in Stones of Venice, but no writer had noticed his extraordinary interest as an exponent of the mythology of the Middle Ages, as the illustrator of poetical folklore derived from those antique myths of Greece and newly presented by the genius of Christianity. This was a discovery for which Ruskin was now ripe. He saw at once that he had found a treasure house of things new and old. He fell in love with St. Ursula as, 24 years earlier, he had fallen in love with the statue of Ilaria at Lucca, and she became, as time after time he revisited Venice for her sake, a personality, a spiritual presence, a living ideal, exactly as the Queen of the Air might have been to the sincere Athenian in the pagan age of faith. The story of her life and death became an example. The conception of her character, as read in Carpaccio's picture, became a standard for his own life and action in many a time of distress and discouragement. The thought of what would St. Ursula say led him, not always, but far more often than his correspondents knew, to burn the letter of sharp retort upon stupidity and impertinence, and to force the wearied brain and overstrung nerves into patience and a kindly answer. And later on, playful credence which he accorded to the myths deepened into a renewed sense of the possibility of spiritual realities, when he learnt to look with those medieval believers once more as a little child upon the unfathomable mysteries of life. But this anticipates the story. At the time, he found in Carpaccio the man who had touched the full chord of his feelings and his thoughts, just as, in his boyhood, Turner had led him, marvelling through the fire and cloud to the mountain altar. And as, in his youth, Tintoret had interpreted the storm and stress of a mind awakening to the terrible realities of the world, it was no caprice of a changeful taste, nor love of startling paradox, that brought him to discover Carpaccio. It was the logical sequence of his studies and widening interests, and a view of art embracing far broader issues than the connoisseurship of modern painters, or the didacticism of Seven Lamps, or the historical research of Stones of Venice. Soon after The Queen of the Air was published, Carlyle wrote, "Last week I got your Queen of the Air and read it. Huge, Edgar, no such book have I met for so long years past. The one soul now in the world who seems to feel as I do on the highest matters, and speaks mir aus dem Herzen exactly what I wanted to hear. As to the natural history of those old myths, I remained here and there a little uncertain, but as to the meanings you put into them, never anywhere. All these things I not only agree with, but would use Thor's hammer, if I had it, to enforce and put in action on this rotten world. Well done, and pluck up a heart and continue again and again, and don't say, most great thoughts are dressed in shrouds. Many are the Phoebus Apollo celestial arrows you still have to shoot into the foul pythons and poisonous abominable megatheriums and plesiosaurians that go staggering about large as cathedrals in our sunk epoch again." End of Book 3, Chapter 9. Recording by Graham Arrowsmith.
Book 3, Chapter 10 of The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. Book 3, Hermit and Heretic, 1860 to 1870. Chapter 10, Verona and Oxford, 1869 to 1870. Recording by Xiaoyan Arrowsmith. The main object of this journey was, however, not to study mythology, but to continue the revision of old estimates of architecture, and after 17 years to look with a fresh eye at the subjects of stones of Venice. The churches and monuments of Verona had been less thoroughly studied than those of Venice, and now they were threatened with imminent restoration. On May the 25th he wrote, "It is very strange that I have just been in time, after 17 years' delay, to get the remainder of what I wanted from the red tomb of which my old drawing hangs in the passage, the Castle Barco monument. Tomorrow they put up scaffolding to retouch, and I doubt not spoil it for evermore." He succeeded in getting a delay of 10 days to enable him to paint the tomb in its original state. But before he went home, it had its new white cap on and looked like a Venetian gentleman in a pantaloon's mask. He brought away one of the actual stones of the old roof. On June the 3rd he wrote, "I am getting on well with all my own work, and much pleased with some that Mr. Bunny is doing for me, so that really I expect to carry off a great deal of Verona. The only mischief of the place is being too rich. Stones, flowers, mountains, all equally asking one to look at them. A history to every foot of ground, and a picture on every foot of wall. Frescoes fading away in the neglected streets like the colours of the dolphin." As assistants in the enterprise of recording the monuments of Venice and Verona, and of recording them more fully and in a more interesting way than by photography, he took with him Arthur Burgess and John Bunny, his former pupils. Mr. Burgess was the subject of a memoir by Ruskin in the Century Guild Hobby Horse, April 1887, appreciating his talents and lamenting his loss. Mr. Bunny, who had travelled with Ruskin in Switzerland in 1863 and had lately lived near Florence, thenceforward settled in Venice, where he died in 1882 after completing his great work, the ST.MARKs, now in the Ruskin Museum at Sheffield. A memoir of him by Mr. Wedderburn appeared in the catalogue of the Venice exhibition at the Fine Arts Society's gallery in November 1882. At Venice, Ruskin had met his old friend Rawdon Brown and Count Gilberto Borromeo, whom he visited at Milan on his way home with deep interest in the Luinis and in the authentic bust of San Carlo, so closely resembling Ruskin himself. Another noteworthy encounter is recorded in a letter of May 4th. As I was drawing in the square this morning, in a lovely, quiet Italian light, then came up the poet Longfellow with his little daughter, a girl of 12 or 13, with springy curled flaxen hair, curls or waves that wouldn't come out in damp, I mean. They stayed talking beside me some time. I don't think it was a very vain thought that came over me, that if a photograph could have been taken of the beautiful square of Verona in that soft light, with Longfellow and his daughter talking to me at my work, some people both in England and America would have liked copies of it. Readers of Force will recognize an incident noted on the 18th of June. Yesterday, it being quite cool, I went for a walk, and as I came down from a rather quiet hillside, a mile or two out of town, I passed a house where the women were at work spinning the silk of the cocoons. There was a sort of whirring sound as in an English mill, but at intervals they sang a long sweet chant, all together, lasting about 2 minutes, then pausing a minute, and then beginning again. It was good and tender music, and a multitude of voices prevented any sense of failure, so that it was very lovely and sweet, and like the things that I mean to try to bring to pass. For he was already meditating on the thoughts that issued in the proposals of St. George's Guild, and the daily letters of this summer are full of allusions to a scheme for a great social movement, as well as to his plans for the control of Alpine torrents and the better irrigation of their valleys. On the 2nd of June he wrote, I see more and more clearly every day my power of showing how the Alpine torrents may be not subdued but educated. A torrent is just like a human creature, left to gain full strength in wantonness and rage. No power can any more redeem it, but watch the channels of every early impulse, and fence them, and your torrent becomes the gentlest and most blessing of servants. His mother was anxious for him to come home, being persuaded that he was overworking himself in the continual heat which his letters reported. But he was loath to leave Italy, in which he said his work for the future lay. He made 2 more visits to Venice to draw some of the sculptured details now quickly perishing, and to make studies of Tintoret and Carpaccio. Among other friends who met him there was Mr. Holman Hunt, with whom he went round his favourite Scuola di San Rocco, the 1st of July. 2 days later he wrote, You will never believe it, but I have actually been trying to draw a baby. The baby which the priest is holding in the little copy of Tintoret by Edward Jones, which my father liked so much, over the basin stand in his bedroom. All the knowledge I have gained in these 17 years only makes me more full of awe and wonder at Tintoret. But it is so sad, so sad. No one to care for him but me, and all going so fast to ruin. He has done that infant Christ in about 5 minutes, and I worked for 2 hours in vain, and could not tell why in vain. The mystery of his touch is so great. Final farewell was said to Verona on the 10th of August, for the homeward journey by St. Gothard and Giesbach, where he found the young friend of 1866 now near her end, and Thun, where he met Professor C.E. Norton. On the way he wrote, Lugano, Saturday the 14th of August, 1869. My dearest mother, yesterday exactly 3 months from the day on which I entered Verona to begin work, I made a concluding sketch of the old Broletto of Como, which I drew first for the 7 lamps. I know not how many years ago, and left Italy for this time, having been entirely well and strong every day of my quarter of a year's sojourn there. This morning, before breakfast, I was sitting for the first time before Luini's Crucifixion. For all religious art qualities, the greatest picture south of the Alps, or rather in Europe. And just after breakfast I got a telegram from my cousin George, announcing that I am Professor of Art, the first, at the University of Oxford, which will give me as much power as I can well use, and would have given pleasure to my poor father, and therefore to me, once. It will make no difference in my general plans, about travel, etc. I shall think quietly of it as I drive up towards St. Gothard today. Ever, my dearest mother, ever your loving son, J. Ruskin. 6 years earlier, when being examined before the Royal Academy Commission, he had been asked, Has it ever struck you that it would be advantageous to art if there were at the universities professors of art who might give lectures and give instruction to young men who might desire to avail themselves of it, as you have lectures on geology and botany? To whom he had replied, Yes, assuredly. The want of interest on the part of the upper classes in art has been very much at the bottom of the abuses which have crept into all systems of education connected with it. If the upper classes could only be interested in it by being led into it when young, a great improvement might be looked for. Therefore, I feel the expedience of such an addition to the education of our universities. His interest in the first phase of university extension, and his gifts of turners to Oxford and Cambridge, had shown that he was ready to go out of his way to help in the cause he had promoted. His former works on art, and repetition as a critic, pointed to him as the best qualified man in the country for such a post. He had been asked by his Oxford friends, who were many and influential, to stand for the professorship of poetry 3 years earlier. There was no doubt that the election would be a popular one and creditable to the university. On the other hand, Ruskin as professor would have a certain sanction for his teaching, he believed. The title and the salary of £358 a year were hardly an object to him, but the position as accredited lecturer and authorized instructor of youth opened up new vistas of usefulness, new worlds of work to conquer, and he accepted the invitation. On August the 10th he was elected Slade Professor. He returned home by the end of August to prepare himself for his new duties. During the last period he had been giving, on an average, 6 lectures a year, which amply filled his annual volume. 12 lectures were required of the professor. Many another man would have read his 12 lectures and gone his way, but he was not going to work in that perfunctory manner. He undertook to revise his whole teaching, to write for his hearers a completely new series of treatises on art, beginning with first principles and broad generalizations, and proceeding to the different departments of sculpture, engraving, landscape painting, and so on. Then taking up the history of art, an encyclopedic scheme. He took this Oxford work not as a substitute for other occupation, exonerating him from further claims upon his energy and time, nor as a byplay that could be slurred. He tried to do it thoroughly, and to do it in addition to the various work already in hand, under which, as it was, he used to break down yearly after each climax of effort. This autumn and winter, with his first and most important course in preparation, he was still writing letters to the Daily Telegraph, being begged by Carlyle to come. "The sight of your face will be comfort," says the poor old man, and undertaking lectures at the Royal Artillery Institution, Woolwich, and at the Royal Institution, London. The Woolwich lecture, given on December the 14th, was that added to later editions of the Crown of Wild Olive under the title of The Future of England. The other, February the 4th, 1870, on Verona and its rivers, involved not only a lecture on art and history and contemporary political economy, but an exhibition of the drawings which he and his assistants had made during the preceding summer. 4 days later, he opened a new period in his career with his inaugural lecture in the Sheldonian Theatre at Oxford. End of Book 3, Chapter 10. Recording by Xiaoyan, Arrowsmith.
Book 4, Chapter 1 of The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. Book 4, Professor and Prophet, 1870 to 1900. Chapter 1, First Oxford Lectures, 1870 to 1871. Recording by Graham Arrowsmith. On Tuesday the 8th of February 1870, the Slade Professor's lecture room was crowded to overflowing with members of the university, old and young, and their friends, who flocked to hear and to see the author of modern painters. The place was densely packed long before the time. The anterooms were filled with personal friends, hoping for some corner to be found them at the 11th hour. The doors were blocked open and besieged outside by a disappointed multitude. Professorial lectures are not usually matters of great excitement. It does not often happen that the accommodation is found inadequate. After some hasty arrangements, Sir Henry Acland pushed his way to the table, announced that it was impossible for the lecture to be held in that place, and begged the audience to adjourn to the Sheldonian Theatre. At last, welcomed by all Oxford, the Slade Professor appeared to deliver his inaugural address. It was not strictly academic, the way he used to come in, with a little following of familiars and assistants, exchange recognition with friends in the audience, arrange the objects he had brought to show, fling off his long-sleeved master's gown, and plunge into his discourse. His manner of delivery had not altered much since the time of the Edinburgh lectures. He used to begin by reading, in his curious intonation, the carefully written passages of rhetoric, which usually occupied only about half of his hour. By and by he would break off, and with quite another air extemporize the liveliest interpolations, describing his diagrams or specimens, restating his arguments, reinforcing his appeal. His voice, till then artificially cadenced, suddenly became vivacious. His gestures, at first constrained, became dramatic. He used to act his subject, apparently without premeditated art, in the liveliest pantomime. He had no power of voice mimicry, and none of the ordinary gifts of the actor. A tall and slim figure, not yet shortened from its 5 feet 10 or 11 by the habitual stoop, which 10 years later brought him down to less than middle height, a stiff, blue frock coat, prominent, half-starched wristbands, and tall collars of the Gladstonian type, and the bright blue stock which everyone knows for his heraldic bearing. No rings or gewgaws, but a long, thin gold chain to his watch. Plain old English gentleman, neither fashionable bourgeois nor artistic mountebank. But he gave himself over to his subject with such unreserved intensity of imaginative power, he felt so vividly and spoke so from the heart, that he became whatever he talked about, never heeding his professorial dignity and never doubting the sympathy of his audience. Lecturing on birds, he strutted like a chough, made himself wings like the swallow. He was for the moment a cat when he explained, not in scorn, that engraving was the art of scratch. If it had been an affectation of theatric display, we emancipated schoolboys, as the master of university used to call us, would have seen through it at once and scorned him. But it was so evidently the expression of his intense eagerness for his subject, so palpably true to his purpose, and he so carried his hearers with him, that one saw in the grotesque of the performance only the guarantee of sincerity. If one wanted more proof of that, there was his face, still young-looking and beardless, made for expression and sensitive to every change of emotion. A long head with enormous capacity of brain, veiled by thick, wavy hair, not affectedly lengthy, but as abundant as ever, and darkened into a deep brown without a trace of grey, and short, light whiskers growing high over his cheeks, a forehead not on the model of the heroic type, but as if the sculptor had heaped his clay in handfuls over the eyebrows and then heaped more. A big nose, aquiline and broad at the base, with great thoroughbred nostrils and the septum between them thin and deeply depressed. And there was a turn down at the corners of the mouth, and the breadth of lower lip that reminded one of his Verona griffin, half eagle, half lion. Scotch in original type and suggesting a side to his character not all milk and roses. And under shaggy eyebrows, ever so far behind, the fiercest blue eyes, that changed with changing expression from grave to grey, from lively to severe, that riveted you, magnetized you, seemed to look through you and read your soul, and indeed, when they lighted on you, you felt you had a soul of a sort. What they really saw is a mystery. Some, who had not persuaded them to see as others see, maintained that they only saw what they looked for. Others, who had successfully deceived them, that they saw nothing. No doubt they might be deceived, but I know now that they often took far shrewder measurements of men, I do not say of women, than anybody suspected. For the inaugural course he was, so to speak, on his best behaviour, guarding against too hasty expression of individuality. He read careful orations, stating his maturest views on the general theory of art, in picked language suited to the academic position. The little volume is not discursive or entertaining, like modern painters, and contains no pictures either with pen or pencil, but it is crammed full of thought, and of the results of thought. The Slade professor was also expected to organise and superintend the teaching of drawing, and his first words in the first lecture expressed the hope that he would be able to introduce some serious study of art into the university, which, he thought, would be a step towards realising some of his ideals of education. He had long felt that mere talking about art was a makeshift, and that no real insight could be got into the subject without actual and practical dealing with it. He found a South Kensington school in existence at Oxford, with an able master, Mr. Alexander MacDonald, and though he did not entirely approve of the methods in use, tried to make the best of the materials to his hand, accepting but enlarging the scope of the system. The South Kensington method had been devised for industrial designing, primarily. Ruskin's desire was to get undergraduates to take up a wider subject, to familiarise themselves with the technical excellences of the great masters, to study nature and the different processes of art, drawing, painting, and some forms of decorative work, such as, in especial, goldsmith's work, out of which the Florentine school had sprung. He did not wish to train artists, but, as before in the working men's college, to cultivate the habit of mind that looks at nature and life, not analytically as science does, but for the sake of external aspect and expression. By these means he hoped to breed a race of judicious patrons and critics, the best service any man can render to the cause of art. And so he got together a mass of examples in addition to the Turners which he had already given to the university galleries. He placed in the school a few pictures by Tintoret, some drawings by Rossetti, Holman Hunt and Burne-Jones, and a great number of fine casts and engravings. He arranged a series of studies by himself and others as copies, fitted, like the Turners in the National Gallery, with sliding frames in cabinets for convenient reference and removal. After spending most of his first Lent term in this work, he went home for a month to prepare a catalogue, which was published the same year, the school not being finally opened until October 1871. During these first visits to Oxford, he was the guest of Sir Henry Acland. On April the 29th, 1871, Professor Ruskin, already honorary student of Christ Church, was elected to an honorary fellowship at Corpus and enabled to occupy rooms vacated by the Reverend Henry Furneaux, who gave up his fellowship on marrying Mr. Arthur Seven's twin sister. After this work well begun, he went abroad for a vacation tour with a party of friends, as in 1866. Lady Trevelyan's sister, Mrs. Hilliard, to chaperone the same young ladies and 3 servants with them. They started on April the 27th, stayed a while at Meurice's to see Paris, and at Geneva to go up the Salève twice, in bitter black east wind. Then across the Simplon to Milan. After a month at Venice and Verona, where he recurred to his scheme against inundation, then ridiculed by Punch, but afterwards taken up seriously by the Italians, they went to Florence and met Professor Norton. In the end of June they turned homewards via Pisa and Lucca, Milan and Como, and went to visit their friend Marie of the Giesbach. At the Giesbach they spent a fortnight, enjoying the July weather and glorious walks, in the middle of which war was suddenly declared between Germany and France. The summons of their German waiter to join his regiment brought the news home to them, as such personal examples do, more than columns of newspaper print, and as hostilities were rapidly beginning, Ruskin, with the gloomiest forebodings for the beautiful country he loved, took his party home straight across France, before the ways should be closed. August was a month of feverish suspense to everybody, to no one more than Ruskin, who watched the progress of the armies while he worked day by day at the British Museum, preparing lectures for next term. This was the course on Greek relief sculpture, published as Aratra Pentalici. It was a happy thought to illustrate his subject from coins rather than from disputed and mutilated fragments, and he worked into it his revised theory of the origin of art. Not Schiller's nor Herbert Spencer's, and yet akin to theirs of the Spieltrieb, involving the notion of doll play, man as a child recreating himself in a double sense, imitating the creation of the world and really creating a sort of secondary life in his art, to play with or to worship. In the last lecture of the series, published separately, the professor compared, as the outcome of classic art in Renaissance times, Michelangelo and Tintoret, greatly to the disadvantage of Michelangelo. This heresy against a popular creed served as text for some severe criticism, but as he said in a prefatory note to the pamphlet, readers must observe that its business is only to point out what is to be blamed in Michelangelo, and that it assumes the fact of his power to be generally known, and he referred to Mr. Tyrwhitt's Lectures on Christian Art for the opposite side of the question. Meanwhile, the war was raging. Ruskin was asked by his friends to raise his voice against the ravage of France, but he replied that it was inevitable. At last, in October, he read how Rosa Bonheur and Edouard Frere had been permitted to pass through the German lines, and next day came the news of the bombardment of Strasbourg, with anticipations of the destruction of the cathedral, library, and picture galleries, foretelling, as it seemed, the more terrible and irreparable ruin of the treasure houses of art in Paris. His heart was with the French, and he broke silence in the bitterness of his spirit, upbraiding their disorder and showing how the German success was the victory of one of the truest monarchies and schools of honour and obedience yet organised under heaven. He hoped that Germany, now that she had shown her power, would withdraw and demand no indemnity, but that was too much to ask. Before long, Paris itself became the scene of action, and in January 1871 was besieged and bombarded. So much of Ruskin's work and affection had been given to French Gothic that he could not endure to think of his beloved Sainte-Chapelle as being actually under fire, to say nothing of the horror of human suffering in a siege. He joined Cardinal, then Archbishop Manning, Professor Huxley, Sir John Lubbock, and James Knowles in forming a Paris Food Fund, which shortly united with the Lord Mayor's Committee for the general relief of the besieged. The day after writing on the Sainte-Chapelle, he attended the meeting of the Mansion House and gave a subscription of £50. He followed events anxiously through the storm of the Commune and its fearful ending, angered at the fratricide and anarchy which no Mansion House help could avert or repair. It was no time for talking on art, he felt. Instead of the full course, he could only manage 3 lectures on landscape, and these not so completely prepared as to make them ready for printing. Before Christmas he had been once more to Woolwich, where Colonel Brackenbury invited him to address the cadets at the prize-giving of the Science and Art Department, December 13, 1870, in which the Reverend W. Kingsley, an old friend of Ruskin's and of Turner's, was one of the masters. 2 of the lectures of the Crown of Wild Olive had been given there, with more than usual animation, and enthusiastically received by crowded and distinguished audiences, among whom was Prince Arthur, the Duke of Connaught, then the Royal Military Academy. This time it was the story of Arachne, an address on education and aims in life, opening with reminiscences of his own childhood, and pleasantly telling the Greek myths of the spider and the ant, with interpretations for the times. In the 3 lectures on landscape, given January the 20th, February the 9th and 23rd, 1871, he dwelt on the necessity of human and historic interest in scenery, and compared Greek solidity and veracity with Gothic spirituality and mendacity, Greek chiaroscuro and tranquil activity with Gothic colour and passionate rest. Botticelli's Nativity, now in the National Gallery, was then being shown at the Old Masters exhibition, and Ruskin took it, along with the works of Cima, as a type of one form of Greek art. In April 1871, his cousin, Miss Agnew, who had been 7 years at Denmark Hill, was married to Mr. Arthur Seven. Ruskin, who had added to his other work the additional labour of Fors Clavigera, went for a summer's change to Matlock. July opened with cold, dry, dark weather, dangerous for out-of-door sketching. One morning early, for he was always an early riser, he took a chill while painting a spray of wild roses before breakfast, the drawing now in the Oxford schools. He was already overworked, and it ended in a severe attack of internal inflammation, which nearly cost him his life. He was a difficult patient to deal with. The local practitioner who attended him used to tell how he refused remedies, and in the height of the disease asked what would be worst for him. He took it, and to everybody's surprise recovered. During the illness at Matlock, his thoughts reverted to the old Ityriad times of 40 years before, when he had travelled with his parents and cousin Mary from that same New Bath Hotel, where he was now lying, to the lakes. And again he wearied for the heights that look adown upon the dale. The crags are lone on Coniston. If he could only lie down there, he said, he should get well again. He had not fully recovered before he heard that W. J. Linton, the poet and wood engraver, wished to sell a house and land at the very place. £1,500, and it could be his. Without question asked, he bought it at once, and as it would be impossible to lecture at Oxford so soon after his illness, he set off, before the middle of September, with his friends the Hilliards to visit his new possession. They found a rough-cast country cottage, old, damp, decayed, smoky-chimneyed and rat-riddled, but 5 acres of rock and moor and streamlet, and, he wrote, I think the finest view I know in Cumberland or Lancashire, with the sunset visible over the same. The spot was not, even then, without its associations. Gerald Massey, the poet, Linton and his wife, Mrs. Lynn Linton, the novelist, Dr. G. W. Kitchin, Dean of Durham, had lived and worked there, and Linton had adorned it outside with revolutionary mottos, God and the people, and so on. It had been a favourite point of view of Wordsworth's. His seat was pointed out in the grounds. Tennyson had lived for a while close by. His seat, too, was on the hill above Lane Head. But the cottage needed thorough repair, and that cost more than rebuilding, not to speak of the additions of later years, which have ended by making it into a mansion surrounded by a hamlet. And there was the furnishing. For Denmark Hill, where his mother lived, was still to be headquarters. Ruskin gave carte blanche to the London upholsterer with whom he had been accustomed to deal. And such expensive articles were sent that when he came down for a month next autumn, he reckoned that, all included, his country cottage had cost him not less than £4,000. But he was not the man to spend on himself without sharing his wealth with others. On November the 22nd, Convocation accepted a gift from the Slade Professor of £5,000 to endow a mastership of drawing at Oxford, in addition to the pictures and copies placed in the schools. He had set up a relative in business with £15,000, which was unfortunately lost, and at Christmas he gave £7,000, the tithe of his remaining capital, to the St. George's Fund, of which more hereafter. On November the 23rd, he was elected Lord Rector of St. Andrews University by 86 votes against 79 for Lord Lytton. After the election it was discovered that, by the Scottish Universities Act of 1858, no one holding a professorship at a British university was eligible. Professor Ruskin was disqualified and gave no address, and Lord Neaves was chosen in his place. Mrs. Ruskin was now 90 years of age. Her sight was nearly gone, but she still retained her powers of mind and ruled with severe kindliness her household and her son. Her old servant Anne had died in March. Anne had nursed John Ruskin as a baby and had lived with the family ever since, devoted to them and ready for any disagreeable task. So that she was never quite in her glory, Praetorita says, unless some of us were ill. She had also some parallel speciality for saying disagreeable things and might be relied upon to give the extremely darkest view of any subject, before proceeding to ameliorative action upon it. And she had a very creditable and republican aversion to doing immediately, or in set terms, as she was bid, so that when my mother and she got all together, and my mother became very imperative and particular about having her teacup set on one side of her little round table, Anne would observantly and punctiliously put it always on the other, which caused my mother to state to me every morning after breakfast, gravely, that if ever a woman in this world was possessed by the devil, Anne was that woman. But this gloomy Calvinism was tempered with a benevolence quite as uncommon. It was from his parents that Ruskin learned never to turn off a servant, and the Denmark Hill household was as easy-going as the legendary baronial retinue of the good old times. A young friend asked Mrs. Ruskin, in a moment of indiscretion, what such a one of the ancient maids did, for there were several without apparent occupation about the house. Mrs. Ruskin drew herself up and said, "She, my dear, puts out the dessert." And yet, in her blindness, she could read character unhesitatingly. That was, no doubt, why people feared her. When Mr. Secretary Howell, in the days when he was still the oracle of the Ruskin Rossetti Circle, had been regaling them with his wonderful tales, after dinner she would throw her netting down and say, "How can you two sit there and listen to such a pack of lies?" She objected strongly, in these later years, to the theatre, and when sometimes her son would wish to take a party into town to see the last new piece, her permission had to be asked and was not readily granted, unless to Miss Agnew, who was the ambassadress in such affairs of diplomacy. But while disapproving of some of his worldly ways, and convinced that she had too much indulged his childhood, the old lady loved him with all the intensity of the strange, fierce lioness nature which only one or two had ever had a glimpse of. And when, December the 5th, 1871, she died, trusting to see her husband again, not to be near him, not to be so high in heaven, but content if she might only see him, she said, her son was left with a surprising sense of loneliness. He had loved her truly, obeyed her strictly, and tended her faithfully, and even yet hardly realized how much she had been to him. He buried her in his father's grave, and wrote upon it, "Here beside my father's body I have laid my mother's. Nor was dearer earth ever returned to earth, nor purer life recorded in heaven." End of Book 4, Chapter 1. Recording by Graham Arrowsmith.
Book 4, Chapter 2 of The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. Book 4, Professor and Prophet, 1870 to 1900. Chapter 2, Force Begun, 1871 to 1872. Recording by Xiaoyan Arrowsmith. On January 1st, 1871, was issued a small pamphlet headed Fors Clavigera in the form of a letter to the working men and the labourers of England, dated from Denmark Hill and signed John Ruskin. It was not published in the usual way, but sold by the author's engraver, Mr. George Allen, at Heathfield Cottage, Keston, Kent. It was not advertised. Press copies were sent to the leading papers, and of course the author's acquaintance knew of its publication. Strangers who heard of this curious proceeding spread a report that in order to get Ruskin's latest, you had to travel into the country with your 7d in your hand and transact your business among Mr. Allen's beehives. So you had, if you wanted to see what you were buying, for no arrangements were made for its sale by the booksellers. 7d a copy, carriage paid, no discount, and no abatement on taking a quantity. By such pilgrimages, but more easily through the post, the new work filtered out in monthly instalments to a limited number of buyers. After 3 years, the price was raised to 10d. In 1875, the first thousands of the earlier numbers were sold. The public has a very long nose, Mr. Ruskin once said, and sends out what it wants sooner or later. A second edition was issued, bound up into yearly volumes, of which 8 were ultimately completed. Meanwhile, the work went on, something in the style of the old Edison Spectator, each part containing 20 pages, more or less, by Ruskin, with added contributions from various correspondents. The charm of force is neither in epigram nor in anecdote, but in the sustained vivacity that runs through the texture of the work, the reappearance of golden threads of thought, glittering in new figures and among new colours, and throughout all the variety of subject a unity of style, unlike the style of his earlier works, where flowery rhetorical passages are tagged to less interesting chapters, separately studied sermonettes interposed among the geology, and Johnson, Locke, Hooker, Carlyle, or whoever happened to be the author he was reading at the time, frankly imitated. It was always clever, but often artificial, like the composition of a Renaissance painter who inserts his bel colpo in nudo to catch the eye. In force, however, the web is of a piece, all sparkling with the same life, though as it is gradually unwound from the loom it is hard to judge the design. That can only be done when it is reviewed as a whole. At the time, his mingling of jest and earnest was misunderstood even by friends. The author learned too painfully the danger of seeming to trifle with cherished beliefs. He forswore levity, but soon relapsed into the old style, out of sheer sincerity, for he was too much in earnest not to be frankly himself in his utterances, without writing up to or down to any other person's standard. Ruskin did not wish to lead a colony or to head a revolution. He had been pondering for 15 years the cause of poverty and crime, and the conviction had grown upon him that modern commercialism was at the root of it all. But his attacks on commercialism, his analysis of its bad influence on all sections of society, were too vigorous and uncompromising for the newspaper editors who received force, and even for most of his private friends. There were, however, some who saw what he was aiming at, and let it be remarked that his first encouragement came from the highest quarters. Just as Sydney Smith, the chief critic of early days, had been the first to praise modern painters, in the teeth of vulgar opinion, so now Carlyle spoke for force. 5. Shenny Row, Chelsea, April 30th, 1871. Dear Ruskin, this Fors Clavigera, letter 5th, which I have just finished reading, is incomparable. a quasi-sacred consolation to me, which almost brings tears into my eyes. Every word of it is as if of spoken not out of my poor heart only, but out of the eternal skies, words winged with empyrean wisdom, piercing as lightning, and which I really do not remember to have heard the like of. Continue, while you have such utterances in you to give them voice. They will find and force entrance into human hearts, whatever the angle of incidence may be. That is to say, whether for the degraded and inhuman blockheadism we, so-called men, have mostly now become, you come in upon them at the broadside, at the top, or even at the bottom. U.G. Yours ever, T. Carlyle. Others, like Sir Arthur Helps, joined in this encouragement, but the old struggle with the newspapers began over again. They united in considering the whole business insane, though they did not doubt his sincerity when Ruskin put down his own money, the tenth of what he had, as he recommended his adherents to do. By the end of the year they had set aside £7,000 toward establishing a company to be called of St. George, as representing at once England and agriculture. Sir Thomas Dyke Ackland and the Right Honourable W. Cooper Temple, afterwards Lord Mount Temple, though not pledging themselves to approval of the scheme, undertook the trusteeship of the fund. A few friends subscribed. In June 1872, after a year and a half of force, the first stranger sent in his contribution, and at the end of 3 years, £236 13 were collected, to add to his £7,000, and a few acres of land were given. Meanwhile, Ruskin practised what he preached. He did not preach renunciation. He was not a pessimist any more than an optimist. Sometimes he felt he was not doing enough. He knew very well that others thought so. I remember his saying in his rooms at Oxford in one of those years, "Here I am, trying to reform the world, and I suppose I ought to begin with myself. I'm trying to do St. Benedict's work, and I ought to be a saint. And yet I'm living between a Turkey carpet and a Titian, and drinking as much tea," taking his second cup, "as I can swig." That was the way he put it to an undergraduate. To a lady friend he wrote later on, "I am reading history of early saints, too, for my Amiens book, and feel that I ought to be scratched or starved or boiled or something unpleasant. And I don't know if I'm a saint or a sinner in the least. In medieval language, how did the saints feel themselves, I wonder, about their saintship?" If he had forsaken all and followed the vocation of St. Francis, he has discussed the question candidly in Force for May 1874, would not his work have been more effectual, his examples more inspiring? Conceivably, but that was not his mission. His gospel was not one of asceticism. It called upon no one for any sort of suicide, or even martyrdom. He required of his followers that they should live their lives to the full in admiration, hope, and love, and not that they should sacrifice themselves in fasting and wearing of camels' hair coats. He wished them to work, to be honest and just, in all things immediately attainable. He asked the tenth of their living, not the widow's 2 mites, and it was deeply painful to him to find sometimes that they had so interpreted his teaching as when he wrote later to Miss Beaver, "One of my poor companions of St. George, who has sent me not a widow's but a parlour-maid, an old school-mistress, all her living, and whom I found last night dying
slowly and quietly in a damp room just the size of your study, which your landlord won't mend the roof of, by the light of a single tallow candle, dying, I say, slowly of consumption, not yet near the end, but contemplating it with sorrow, mixed partly with fear lest she should not have done all she could for her children. The sight of this and my own shameful comforts, 3 wax candles and blazing fire and dry roof, and Susie and Johnny for friends. Oh me, Susie, what is to become of me in the next world, who have in this life all my good things? After carrying on forth for some time, his attention was drawn by Mr. W.C. Silla to the question of usury. At first he had seen no crying sin in interest. He had held that the rights of capital were visionary, and that the tools should belong to him that can handle them, in a perfect state of society. But he thought that the existing system was no worse in this respect than in others, and his expectation of reform in a plan of investment went hand in hand with his hope of a good time coming in everything else. So he quietly accepted his rents, as he accepted his professorship, for example, thinking it his business to be a good landlord and spend his money generously, just as he thought it his business to retain the existing South Kensington drawing school and the Oxford system of education, not at all his ideal, and to make the best use of them. A lady who was his pupil in drawing, and a believer in his ideals of philanthropy, Miss Octavia Hill, undertook to help him in 1864 in efforts to reclaim part, though a very small part, of the lower-class dwellings of London. 6 houses in Marylebone left by Ruskin's father, to which he added 3 more in Paradise Place, as it was euphemistically named, were the subjects of their experiment. They were ridiculed at first, but by the noblest endeavour they succeeded, and set an example which has been followed in many of our towns with great results. They showed what a wise and kind landlord could do by caring for tenants, by giving them habitable dwellings, recreation ground, and fixity of tenure, and requiring in return a reasonable and moderate rent. He got 5% for his capital instead of 12 or more, which such property generally returns, or at that time returned. But when he began to write against the rent and interest, there were plenty of critics ready to cite this and other investments as a damning inconsistency. He was not a man to offer explanations at any time. It was no defence to say that he took less and did more than other landlords, and so he was glad to part with the whole to Miss Hill. Nor did he care to spend upon himself the £3,500, which I believe was the price. It went right and left in gifts, till one day he cheerfully remarked, "It's a Ganawa, like snow afawa." "Is there really nothing to show for it?" he was asked. "Nothing," he said, "except this new silk umbrella." He had talked so much of the possibility of carrying on honest and honourable retail trade that he felt bound to exemplify his principles. He took a house No. 19 Paddington Street, with a corner shop, near his Marylebone property, and set himself up in business as a tea-man. Mr. Arthur Seven painted the sign in neat blue letters. The window was decked with fine old china bought from a Cavaliere near Siena, whose unique collection had been introduced to notice by Professor Norton, and Miss Harry Tovey, an old servant of Denmark Hill, was established there, like Miss Mate in Cranford, or rather like one of the salaried officials of Time and Tide, to dispense the unadulterated leaf to all comers. No advertisements, no self-recommendation, no catchpenny tricks of trade were allowed, and yet the business went on, and I am assured prospered with legitimate profits. At first various kinds of the best tea only were sold, but it seemed to the tenants of the shop that coffee and sugar ought to be included in the list. This was not at all in Ruskin's programme, and there were great debates at home about it. At last he gave way, on the understanding that the shop was to be responsible for the proper roasting of the coffee according to the best recipe. After some time Miss Tovey died, and when, in the autumn of 1876, Miss Octavia Hill proposed to take the house and business over and work it with the rest of the Marylebone property, the offer was thankfully accepted. Another of his principles was cleanliness. The speedy abolition of all abolishable filth is the first process of education. He undertook to keep certain streets, not crossings only, cleaner than the public seemed to care for, between the British Museum and St. Giles. He took the broom himself for a start, put his gardener down as foreman of the job, and engaged a small staff of helpers. The work began, as he promised, in a humorous letter to the Palmat Gazette upon New Year's Day, 1872, and he kept his 3 sweepers at work for 8 hours daily, to show a bit of our London streets kept as clean as the deck of a ship of the line. There were some difficulties too. One of the staff was an extremely handsome and lively shoe-black picked up in St. Giles. It turned out that he was not unknown to the world. He had sat to artists, to Mr. Edward Clifford, to Mr. Seven, and went by the name of Cheeky. Every now and then Ruskin and party drove round to inspect the works. Downs could not be everywhere at once, and Cheeky used to be caught at pitch and toss or marbles in unswept Museum Street. Ruskin rarely, if ever, dismissed a servant, but street sweeping was not good enough for Cheeky, and so he enlisted. The army was not good enough, and so he deserted, and was last seen disappearing into the darkness after calling a cab for his old friends one night at the Albert Hall. One more escapade of this most unpractical man, as they called him. Since his fortune was rapidly melting away, he had to look to his works as an ultimate resource. They eventually became his only means of livelihood. One might suppose that he would be anxious to put his publishing business on the most secure and satisfactory footing, to facilitate sale and to ensure profit. But he had views. He objected to advertising, though he thought that in his St. George scheme he would have a yearly book gazette drawn up by responsible authorities indicating the best works. He distrusted the system of unacknowledged profits and percentages, though he fully agreed that the retailer should be paid for his work, and wished, in an ideal state, to see the shopkeeper a salaried official. He disliked the bad print and paper of the cheap literature of that day, and knew that people valued more highly what they did not get so easily. He had changed his mind with regard to 1 or 2 things, religion and glaciers chiefly, about which he had written at length in earlier works. So he withdrew his most popular books, Modern Painters, and the rest from circulation, though he was persuaded by the publisher to reprint Modern Painters and Stones of Venice once more, positively for the last time, as they said, the plates would give no more good impressions. He had his later writings printed in a rather expensive style, at first through Smith and Elder, after 2 years by Messrs. Watson and Hazel, later Hazel, Watson and Vinnie Limited, and a method of publication is illustrated in the History of Sesame and Lilies, the first volume of these collected works. It was issued by Smith and Elder, May 1871, at 7 shillings, to the trader only, leaving the retailer to fix the price to the public. In September 1872, the work was also supplied by Mr. George Allen, and the price raised to 9 shillings 6pence, carriage paid, to trade and public alike, with the idea that an extra shilling, or nearly 10%, might be added by the bookseller for his trouble in ordering the work. If he did not add the commission, that was his own affair, though with postage of order and payment, when only 1 or 2 copies at a time were asked for, this did not leave much margin. So it was doubled, by the simple expedient of doubling the price, or, to be accurate, raising it to 18 shillings, carriage paid, for 20 shillings over the counter. It was freely prophesied by businessmen that this would not do. However, at the end of 15 years, the 6th edition of this work, in this form, was being sold, in spite of the fact that 5 years before, a small reprint of the same book had been brought out at 5 shillings, and was then in its 4th edition of 3,000 copies each. Compared with the enormous sale of sensational novels and school books, this is no good matter. But for a didactic work offered to the public without advertisement, and in the face of the almost universal opposition of the book-selling trade, it means not only that as an author Ruskin had made a secure reputation, but also that he deserved the curious tribute once paid him by the journal of a big modern shop, Compton House, Liverpool, as a great tradesman. End of Book 4, Chapter 2. Recording by Xiaoyan, Arrowsmith.
Book 4, Chapter 3 of The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. Book 4, Professor and Prophet, 1870 to 1900. Chapter 3, Oxford Teaching, 1872 to 1875. Recording by Graham Arrowsmith. Early in 1872, after bringing out Munera Pulveris, the essays he had written 10 years before for Fraser on economy, after getting those street sweepers to work near the British Museum where he was making studies of animals and Greek sculpture, and after once more addressing the Woolwich cadets, this time on the bird of calm, the mythology of Halcyon, Professor Ruskin went to Oxford to give a course of 10 lectures on the relation of natural science to art, afterwards published under the title of The Eagle's Nest. He wrote to Professor Norton, "I am, as usual, unusually busy. When I get fairly into my lecture work at Oxford, I always find the lecture would come better some other way, just before it is given, and so work from hand to mouth. I am always unhappy, and see no good in saying so. But I am settling to my work here, recklessly, to do my best with it, feeling quite sure that it is talking at hazard for what chance good may come. But I attend regularly in the schools as mere drawing master, and the men begin to come in one by one, about 15 or 20 already, several worth having as pupils in any way, being of temper to make good growth of." Why was he always unhappy? It was not that Mr. W. B. Scott criticised Ruskin's influence in that march, or that by Easter he had to say farewell to his old home on Denmark Hill and settle for good at Brantwood, nor that he could go abroad again for a long summer in Italy with Mr. and Mrs. Seven and the Hilliards and Mr. Albert Goodwin. They started about the middle of April, and on the journey out he wrote, besides his Falls, which always went on, a preface to the Reverend R. St. John Tyrwhitt's Christian Art and Symbolism. He drew the apse at Pisa, half amused and half worried by the little ragamuffin who varied the tedium of watching his work by doing horizontal bar tricks on the railings of the cathedral green. Then to Lucca, where, to show his friends something of Italian landscape, he took them for rambles through the olive farms and chestnut woods, among which Miss Hilliard lost her jewelled cross. Greatly to Ruskin's delight, as a firm believer in Italian peasant virtue, it was found and returned without hint of reward. At Rome they visited old Mr. Seven, and then went homeward by way of Verona, where Ruskin wrote an account of the Cavalli monuments for the Arundel Society, and Venice, where he returned to the study of Carpaccio. At Rome he had been once more to the Sistine, and found that on earlier visits the ceiling and the Last Judgment had taken his attention too exclusively. Now that he could look away from Michelangelo, he became conscious of the claims of Botticelli's frescoes, which represent, in the Florentine school, somewhat the same kind of interest that he had found in Carpaccio. He became enamoured of Botticelli's Zippora, and resolved to study the master more closely. On reaching home, he had to prepare The Eagle's Nest for publication. In the preface he gave special importance to Botticelli, and amplified it in lectures on early engraving, that autumn in which I remember his quoting with apprehension the passage on the Venus Anadyomene from Pater's Studies in the Renaissance just published. This sudden enthusiasm about an unknown painter amused the Oxford public, and it became a standing joke among the profane to ask who was Ruskin's last great man. It was in answer to that, and in expression of a truer understanding than most Oxford pupils attained, that Bourdillon of Worcester wrote on the ethereal Ruskin. That was Carlyle's name for him. To us this star or that seems bright, and oft some headlong's meteor flight holds for a while our raptured sight, but he discerns each noble star, the least is only the most far, whose worlds may be the mightiest are. The critical value of this course, however, to a student of art history, is impaired by his using as illustrations of Botticelli, and of the manner of engraving which he took for standard, certain plates which were erroneously attributed to the artist. "It is strange," he wrote in despair to Professor Norton, "that I hardly ever get anything stated without some grave mistake, however true in my main discourse." But in this case a fate stronger than he had taken him unawares. The circumstances do not extenuate the error of the professor, but they explain the difficulties under which his work was done. The cloud that rested on his own life was the result of a strange and wholly unexpected tragedy in another's. It was an open secret, his attachment to a lady who had been his pupil and was now generally understood to be his fiancée. She was far younger than he, but at 53 he was not an old man, and the friends who fully knew and understood the affair favoured his intentions and joined in the hope and in the auguries for the happiness for which he had been so long waiting. But now that it came to the point, the lady finally decided that it was impossible. He was not at one with her in religious matters. He could speak lightly of her evangelical creed. It seemed he scoffed in fors at her faith. She could not be unequally yoked with an unbeliever. To her, the alternative was plain. The choice was terrible, yet, having once seen her path, she turned resolutely away. Meanwhile, in the bitterest despair, he sought refuge, as he had done before, in his work. He accepted the lesson, though he, too, could not recant. Still he tried to correct his apparent levity in the renewed seriousness and more earnest tone of Fors, speaking more plainly and more simply, but without concession. He wrote on the next Christmas Eve to an Aberdeen Bible class teacher, "If you care to give your class a word directly from me, say to them that they will find it well, throughout life, never to trouble themselves about what they ought not to do, but about what they ought to do. The condemnation given from the judgment throne, most solemnly described, is all for the undones and not for the dones. People are perpetually afraid of doing wrong, but unless they are doing its reverse energetically, they do it all day long, and the degree does not matter. Make your young hearers resolve to be honest in their work in this life. Heaven will take care of them for the other." That was all he could say. He did not know there was another life. He hoped there was, and yet, if he were not a saint or a Christian, was there any man in the world who was nearer to the kingdom of heaven than this stubborn heretic? His heretical attitude was singular. He was just as far removed from adopting the easy antagonism of science to religion as from siding with religion against science. In a paper, singularly interesting, and in his biography important, on the nature and authority of miracle, read to the Metaphysical Society, February the 11th, 1873, he tried to clear up his position and to state a qualified belief in the supernatural. With that year expired the term for which he had been elected to the Slade Professorship, and in January 1873 he was re-elected. In his first 3 years he had given 5 courses of lectures designed to introduce an encyclopedic view and reconstruction of all he had to say upon art. Beginning with general principles, he had proceeded to their application in history, by tracing certain phases of Greek sculpture, and by contrasting the Greek and the Gothic spirit as shown in the treatment of landscape, from which he went on to the study of early engraving. The application of his principles to theory was made in the course on Science and Art, The Eagle's Nest. Now, on his re-election, he proceeded to take up these 2 sides of his subject, and to illustrate this view of the right way to apply science to art by a course on birds, in nature, art and mythology, and next year by a study of alpine forms. The historical side was continued with lectures on Nicola Pisano and early Tuscan sculpture, and in 1874 with an important, though unpublished, course on Florentine art. It is to this cycle of lectures that we must look for that matured Ruskinian theory of art which his earlier works do not reach, and which his writings between 1860 and 1870 do not touch. Though the Oxford lectures are only a fragment of what he ought to have done, they should be sufficient to a careful reader. Though their expression is sometimes obscured by diffuse treatment, they contain the root of the matter, thought out for 15 years since the close of the more brilliant but less profound period of modern painters. The course on birds was given in the drawing school at the University Galleries. The room was not large enough for the numbers that crowded to hear Professor Ruskin, and each of these lectures, like the previous and the following courses, had to be repeated to a second audience. Great pains had been given to their preparation, much greater than the easy utterance and free treatment of his theme led his hearers to believe. For these lectures and their sequel, published as Love's Miney, he collected an enormous number of skins, to compare the plumage and wings of different species, for his work was with the outside aspect and structure of birds, not with their anatomy. He had models made as large as swords of the different quill feathers, to experiment on their action and resistance to the air. He got a valuable series of drawings by H.S.MARK, R.A., and made many careful and beautiful studies himself of feathers and of birds at the Zoological Gardens and the British Museum. And after all, he had to conclude his work saying, "It has been throughout my trust that if death should write on these, what this man began to build he was not able to finish. God may also write on them, not in anger but in aid, a stronger than he cometh." 2 of the lectures on birds were repeated at Eton before the Boys' Literary and Scientific Society and their friends, and between this and 1880 Ruskin often went to address the same audience, with the same interest in young people that had taken him in earlier years to Woolwich. After a long vacation at Brantwood, the first spent there, he went up to give his course on early Tuscan art, Valdano. The lectures were printed separately and sold at the conclusion, and the first numbers were sent to Carlyle, whose unabated interest in his friend's work was shown in his letter of October the 31st. Purge, purge, and as the Irish say, more power to your elbow. I have yet read this Valdano only once. Froude snatched it away from me yesterday, and it has then to go to my brother at Dumfries. After that I shall have it back. During that summer and autumn, Ruskin suffered from nights of sleeplessness or unnaturally vivid dreams, and days of unrest and feverish energy, alternating with intense fatigue. The 18 lectures in less than 6 weeks, a combination of prophecy and play acting, as Carlyle had called it in his own case, and the unfortunate discussion with an old-fashioned economist who undertook to demolish Ruskinism without understanding it, added to the causes of which we are already aware, brought him to New Year 1874 in failing strength, care, and hope. He sought quiet at the seaside, but found modern hotel life intolerable. He went back to town and tried the pantomimes for distraction, saw Kate Vaughan in Cinderella, and Violet Cameron in Jack-in-the-Box over and over again, and found himself now hopelessly a man of the world, Of that woeful outside one I mean. It is now Sunday, 11:30 in the morning, everybody else is gone to church, and I am left alone with the cat in the world of sin. Thinking himself better, he went to Oxford and announced a course on Alpine form, but after a week was obliged to retreat and go home to Coniston, still hoping to return and give his lectures. But it was no use. The gloom without deepened the gloom within, and he took the wisest course in trying Italy, alone this time with his old servant Crawley. The greater part of 1874 was spent abroad, first travelling through Savoy and by the Riviera to Assisi, where he wrote to Miss S. Beaver, "The sacristan gives me my coffee for lunch in his own little cell, looking out on the olive woods. Then he tells me stories of conversations and miracles, and then perhaps we go into the sacristy and have a reverent little poke-out of relics. Fancy a great carved cupboard in a vaulted chamber full of most precious things, the box which the Holy Virgin's veil used to be kept in, to begin with, and leave to rummage in it all at will. Things that are only shown twice in the year or so, with fumigation, all the congregation on their knees, and the sacristan and I having a great heap of them on the table at once, like a dinner service. I really looked with great respect on St. Francis's old camel-hair dress." Thence he went to visit Colonel and Mrs. Yule at Palermo, deeply interested in Schiller and Charybdis, Etna, and the Metopes of Selinus. His interest in Greek art had been shown, not only in a course of lectures, but in active support to archaeological explorations. He said once, "I believe heartily in diggings of all sorts." Meeting General L.P. di Cesnola, and hearing of the wealth of ancient remains in Cyprus then newly discovered, Mr. Ruskin placed £1,000 at his disposal. General di Cesnola was able, in April 1875, to announce that in spite of the confiscation of half the treasure trove by the local government, he had shipped a cargo of antiquities, including many vases, terracottas, and fragments of sculpture. Whence precisely these relics came is now doubtful. The landscape of Theocritus and the remains of ancient glories roused him to energetic sketching, a sign of returning strength which continued when he reached Rome, and enabled him to make a very fine copy of Botticelli's Tipora and other details of the Sistine frescoes. Late in October he reached England, just able to give the promised lectures on Alpine forms. I remember his curious attempt to illustrate the Neve masses by pouring flour on a model, and a second course on the aesthetic and mathematic schools of Florence, and a lecture on Botticelli at Eton, of which the Literary and Scientific Society's Minute Book contains the following report. On Saturday, December the 12th, 1874, Professor Ruskin lectured before a crowded, influential and excited audience, which comprised our noble society and 130 gentlemen and ladies, who eagerly accepted an invitation to hear Professor Ruskin talk to us on Botticelli. It is utterly impossible for the unfortunate secretary of the society to transmit to writing even an abstract of this address, and it is some apology for him when beauty of expression, sweetness of voice, and elegance in imagery defy the utmost efforts of the pen. Just before leaving for Italy, he had been told that the Royal Institute of British Architects intended to present him with their gold medal in acknowledgment of his services to the cause of architecture, and during his journey official announcement of the award reached him. He dictated from Assisi, June 12, 1874, a letter to Sir Gilbert Scott, explaining why he declined the honour intended him. He said, in effect, that if it had been offered at a time when he had been writing on architecture, it would have been welcome. But it was not so now that he felt all his efforts to have been in vain, and the profession as a body engaged in work, such as the restoration of ancient buildings, with which he had no sympathy. It had been represented to him that his refusal to accept a royal medal would be a reflection upon the royal donor, to which he replied, "Having entirely loyal feelings towards the Queen, I will trust to Her Majesty's true interpretation of my conduct. But if formal justification of it be necessary for the public, would plead that if a peerage or knighthood may without disloyalty be refused, surely much more the minor grace proceeding from the monarch may be without impropriety declined by any of Her Majesty's subjects who wish to serve her without reward, under the exigency of peculiar circumstances." It was only the term before that Prince Leopold had been at Oxford, a constant attendant, on Ruskin's lectures and a visitor to his drawing school. The gentle prince, with his instinct for philanthropy, was not to be deterred by the utterances of fools from respecting the genius of the professor, and the professor, with his old-world cavalier loyalty, readily returned the esteem and affection of his new pupil. A sincere friendship was formed, lasting until the prince's death. In June 1875, Princess Alice and her husband, with Prince Arthur and Prince Leopold, were at Oxford. Ruskin had just made arrangements completing his gifts to the university galleries and schools. The royal party showed great interest in the professor and his work. The princess, the Grand Duke of Hesse, and Prince Leopold acted as witnesses to the deed of gift, and Prince Arthur and Prince Leopold accepted the trusteeship. With all the Slade professor's generosity, the Ruskin Drawing School, founded in these fine galleries to which he had so largely contributed, in a palatial hall, handsomely furnished and hung with Tintoret and Luini, Burne-Jones and Rossetti, and other rare masters, ancient and modern, with the most interesting examples to copy, at the most convenient of desks, we may add. Yet in spite of it all, the drawing school was not a popular institution. When the professor was personally teaching, he got some 15 or 20, if not to attend, at any rate to join. But when the chief attraction could not be counted on, the attendance sank to an average of 2 or 3. The cause was simple. An undergraduate is supposed to spend his morning in lectures, his afternoon in taking exercise, and his evening in college. There is simply no time in his scheme for going to a drawing school. If it were recognised as part of the curriculum, if it counted in any way along with other studies, or contributed to a school akin to that of music, practical art might become teachable at Oxford, and Professor Ruskin's gifts and endowments, to say nothing of his hopes and plans, would not be wholly in vain. As he could not make the undergraduates draw, he made them dig. He had noticed a very bad bit of road on the Hinksey side, and heard that it was nobody's business to mend it. Meanwhile, the farmers' carts and casual pedestrians were bemired. He sent for his gardener Downes, who had been foreman of the street sweepers, laid in a stock of picks and shovels, took lessons in stone-breaking himself, and called on his friends to spend their recreation times in doing something useful. Many of the disciples met at the weekly open breakfasts at the professor's rooms in Corpus, and he was glad of a talk to them on other things beside drawing and digging. Some were attracted chiefly by the celebrity of the man, or by the curiosity of his humorous discourse, but there were a few who partly grasped one side or other of his mission and character. The most brilliant undergraduate of the time, seen at his breakfast table, but not one of the diggers, was W. H. Mallock, afterwards widely known as the author of Is Life Worth Living? He was the only man, Professor Ruskin said, who really understood him, referring to the New Republic. But while Mallock saw the reactionary and pessimistic side of his Oxford teacher, there was a progressist and optimistic side which does not appear in his Mr. Herbert. That was discovered by another man whose career, short as it was, proved even more influential. Arnold Toynbee was one of the professor's warmest admirers and ablest pupils, and in his philanthropic work the teaching of Unto This Last and Fours was illustrated, not exclusively, but truly. No true disciple of mine will ever be a Ruskinian, to quote ST.MARK's Rest. He will follow, not me, but the instincts of his own soul and the guidance of its creator. Like all energetic men, Ruskin was fond of setting other people to work. One of his plans was to form a little library of standard books, Bibliotheca Pastorum, suitable for the kind of people who, he hoped, would join or work under his St. George's Company. The first book he chose was The Economist of Xenophon, which he asked 2 of his young friends to translate. To them and their work he would give his afternoons in the rooms at Corpus, with curious patience in the midst of preoccupying labour and severest trial. For just then he was lecturing at the London Institution on the Alps, reading a paper to the Metaphysical Society, writing the Academy Notes of 1875 and Proserpina, etc., as well as his regular work at Fours, and the St. George's Company was then taking definite form. And all the while the lady of his love was dying under the most tragic circumstances, and he forbidden to approach her. At the end of May she died. On the 1st of June, the royal party honoured the Slade professor with their visit, little knowing how valueless to him such honours had become. He went north and met his translators at Brantwood to finish the Xenophon, and to help dig his harbour and cut coppice in his wood. He prepared a preface, but the next term was one of greater pressure, with the 12 lectures on Sir Joshua Reynolds to deliver. He wrote, after Christmas, "Now that I've got my head fairly into this Xenophon business, it has expanded into a new light altogether, and I think it would be absurd in me to slur over the life in one paragraph. 100 things have come into my head as I arrange the dates, and I think I can make a much better thing of it, with a couple of days' work. My head would not work in town, merely turned from side to side, never nodded except sleepily. I send you the proofs just to show you I'm at work. I am going to translate all the story of Delphic Answer before Anabasis, and his speech after the sleepless night." Delphic Answers, for he was then again brought into contact with spiritualism, and sleepless nights, for the excitement of overwork was telling upon him, were becoming too frequent in his own experience, and yet the lectures on Reynolds went off with success. The magic of his oratory transmuted the scribbled jottings of his manuscript into a magnificent flow of rolling paragraph and rounded argument that thrilled a captious audience with unwonted emotion and almost persuaded many a hearer to accept the gospel of the ethereal Ruskin. In spite of a sense of antagonism to his surroundings, he did useful work which none other could do in the university. That this was acknowledged was proved by his re-election in early 1876, but his third term of 3 years was a time of weakened health. Repeated absence from his post and inability to fulfil his duties made it obviously his wisest course, at the end of that term, to resign the Slade professorship. End of Book 4, Chapter 3. Recording by Graham Arrowsmith.
Book 4, Chapter 4 of The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. Book 4, Professor and Prophet, 1870 to 1900. Chapter 4, St. George and ST.MARK, 1875 to 1877. Recording by Xiaoyan Arrowsmith. In the book His Bertha of Canterbury was reading at twilight on the eve of St.MARK, Keats might have been describing falls. Among its pages, fascinating with their golden broideries of romance and wit, perplexing with mystique vials of wrath, as well as all the 7 lamps and Shekinah of old and new covenants commingled, there was gradually unfolded the plan of St. George's work. The scheme was not easy to apprehend. It was essentially different from anything then known, though superficially like several bankrupt utopias. Ruskin did not want to found a phalanstery or to imitate Robert Owen or the Shakers. That would have been practicable and useless. He wanted much more. He aimed at the gradual introduction of higher aims into ordinary life, it giving true refinement to the lower classes, true simplicity to the upper. He proposed that idle hands should reclaim waste lands, that healthy work and country homes should be offered to townsfolk who could come out of the gutter. He asked the landowners and employers to furnish opportunities for such reforms, which would involve no elaborate organization nor unelastic rules, simply the one thing needful, the refusal of commercialism. As before, he scorned the idea that real good could be done by political agitation. Any government would work, he said, if it were an efficient government. No government was efficient unless it saw that everyone had the necessaries of life for body and soul, and that everyone earned them by some work or other. Capital, that is, the means and the material of labor, should therefore be in the hands of the government, not in the hands of individuals. This reform would result easily and necessarily from the forbidding of loans on interest. Personal property would still be in private hands, but as it could not be invested and turned into capital, it would necessarily be restricted to its actual use, and great accumulation would be valueless. This is, of course, a very sketchy statement of the groundwork of force, but to most readers nowadays as comprehensible as, at the time of its publication, it was incomprehensible. For when, long after Force had been written, Ruskin found other writers advocating the same principles and calling themselves socialists, he said that he too was a socialist. But the socialists of various sects have complicated and sometimes confused their simple fundamental principles with various ways and means, to which he could not agree. He had his own ways and means. He had his private ideals of life which he expounded, along with his main doctrine. He thought, justifiably, that theory was useless without practical example, and so he founded St. George's Company in 1877, called St. George's Guild, as his illustration. The guild grew out of his call in 1871 for adherents, and by 1875 began to take definite form. Its objects were to set the example of a common capital as opposed to a national debt, and of cooperative labor as opposed to competitive struggle for life. Each member was required to do some work for his living, without too strict limits as to the kind, and to practice certain precepts of religion and morality broad enough for general acceptance. He was also required to obey the authority of the guild and to contribute a tithe of his income to a common fund for various objects. These objects were, first, to buy land for the agricultural members to cultivate, paying their rent not to the other members but to the company, not refusing machinery but preferring manual labor. Next, to buy mills and factories to be likewise owned by the guild and worked by members, using water power in preference to steam at first not forbidden, and making the lives of the people employed as well spent as might be with their fair wage, healthy work, and so forth. The loss on starting was to be made up from the guild store, but it was anticipated that the honesty of the goods turned out would ultimately make such enterprise pay, even in a commercial world. Then for the people employed and their families, there would be places of recreation and instruction supplied by the guild, and intended to give the agricultural laborer or mill hand trained from infancy in guild schools some insights into literature, science, and art, and the tastes which his easy position would leave him free to cultivate. So far, the plan was simple. It was not a colony, but merely the working of existing industries in a certain way. Anticipating further development of the scheme, Ruskin looked forward to a guild coinage, as pretty as the Florentines had, a costume as becoming as the Swiss, and other platonically devised details, which were not the essentials of the proposal and never came into operation. But some of his plans were actually realized. The chief objects of St. George come under three heads, as we have just noticed: agricultural, industrial, and educational. The actual schools would not be needed until the farms and the mills had been so far established as to secure a permanent attendance. But meanwhile provision was being made for them, both in literature and in art. The Bibliotheca Pastorum was to be a comprehensive little library, far less than the 100 books of the Pall Mall Gazette, and yet bringing before the St. George's workman standard and serious writing of all times. It was to include in separate volumes the books of Moses and Psalms of David and the Revelation of St. George of Greek, the Economist of Xenophon and Hesiod, which Ruskin undertook to translate into prose. Of Latin, the first two Georgics and sixth Aeneid of Virgil in Gawain Douglas' translation. Dante, Chaucer, excluding the Canterbury Tales, but including the Romance of the Rose. Godolph's Ulrich the Farmer, from the French version which Ruskin had loved ever since his father used to read it him on their first tours in Switzerland, and an early English history by an Oxford friend. Later were published Sir Philip Sidney's Psalter and Ruskin's own biography of Sir Herbert Edward under the title of A Knight's Faith. These books were for the home library. Reference works were bought to be deposited in central libraries, along with objects of art and science. It was not intended to keep the guild property centralized, but rather to spread it, as its other work was spread broadcast. A number of books and other objects were bought with the guild money and lent or given to various schools and colleges and institutions where work akin to the objects of the guild was being done. But for the time Ruskin fixed upon Sheffield as the place of his first guild museum, being the home of the typical English industry, central to all parts of England, near beautiful hill country, and yet not far from a number of manufacturing towns in which, if St. George's work went on, supporters and recruits might be found. The people of Sheffield were already, in 1875, building a museum of their own, and naturally thought that the two might be conveniently worked together. But that was not at all what Ruskin wished. Not only was his museum to be primarily the storehouse of the guild, rather than one among many means of popular education, but the objects which he intended to place there were not such as the public expected to see. He had no interest in a vast accumulation of articles of all kinds. He wanted to provide for his friends' common treasury a few definitely valuable and interesting examples, interesting to the sort of people that he hoped would join the guild or be bred up in it, and valuable according to his own standard and experience. In September 1875, Ruskin stayed a couple of days at Sheffield to inspect a cottage at Walkley, in the outskirts of the town, and to make arrangements for founding the museum, humbly to begin with, but hoping for speedy increase. He engaged as curator at a salary of £40 a year and free lodging on the premises. His former pupil at the Working Men's College, Henry Swan, who had done occasional work for him in drawing and engraving. Swan was a Quaker and a remarkable man in his way, enthusiastic in his new vocation and interested in the social questions which were being discussed in Falls. Under his care, the museum remained at Walkley, accumulating material in a tiny and hardly accessible cottage, being, so to speak, in embryo, until the way should be clear for its removal or enlargement, which took place in 1890. When Ruskin came back on his posting tour of April 1876, he stayed again at Sheffield to meet a few friends of Swan's, secularists, Unitarians, and Quakers who professed communism. They had an interview reported in the Sheffield Daily Telegraph, April 28, 1876, which brought out rather curiously the points of difference between their opinions and his. They refused to join the guild because they would not promise obedience and help in its objects. Ruskin, however, was willing to advance theirs. A few weeks afterwards, he invited them to choose a piece of ground for their communist experiment. They chose a farm of over 13 acres at Abbeville, which the guild bought in 1877 at a cost of £2,287, 16 shillings 6 for their use, the communists agreeing to pay the money back in installments without interest by the end of 7 years, when the farm should be their own. When it was actually in their hands, they found that they knew nothing of farming, and besides, were making money at trades they did not really care to abandon. They engaged a man to work the farm for them, and then another. They were told that the land they had chosen was, for farming purposes, worthless. Their capital ran short, and they tried to make money by keeping a tea garden. The original proposer of the scheme wrote to Ruskin, who sent £100. The others returned the money. Ruskin declined to take it back, and began to perceive that the communists were trifling. They had made no attempt to found the sort of community they had talked about. Neither their plans nor his were being carried out. So when the original proposer and a friend of his name, Riley, approached Ruskin again, they found little difficulty in persuading him to try them as managers. The rest, finding themselves turned out by Riley, vainly demanded explanations from Ruskin, who then was drifting into his first attack of brain fever. So they declined further connection with the farm. The guild accepted their resignation and undertook for the time nothing more than to get the land into good condition again. This was not the only land held by the St. George's Guild. It acquired the acre of ground on which the Sheffield Museum stood, and a cottage with a couple of acres near Scarborough. 2 acres of rock and moor at Barmouth had been given by Mrs. Talbot in 1872, and in 1877 Mr. George Baker, then Mayor of Birmingham, gave 20 acres of woodland at Beaulieu in Worcestershire, to which at one time Mr. Ruskin thought of moving the museum, before the present building was found for it by the Sheffield Corporation at Meersbrook Park. On the resignation of the original trustees in 1877, Mr. Q. Talbot and Mr. Baker were offered the trust, and on the death of Mr. Talbot, the trust was accepted by Mr. John Henry Chamberlain. After he died, it was taken by Mr. George Thompson of Huddersfield, whose woolen mills transformed into a cooperative concern, though not directly in connection with the guild, have given a widely known example of the working of principles advocated in force. In the middle of 1876, Egbert Ridings, the auditor of the accounts which, in accordance with his principles of glass pockets, Ruskin published in force, proposed to start a homespun woolen industry at Lexie in the Isle of Man, where the old women who formerly spun with the wheel had been driven by failure of custom to work in the mines. The guild built him a watermill, and in a few years the demand for a pure, rough, durable cloth created by this and kindred attempts justified the enterprise. Ruskin set the example and had his own grey clothes made of Lexie stuffs, whose chief drawback was that they never worn out. A little later, a similar work was done, with even greater success, by Mr. Albert Fleming, another member of the guild, who introduced old-fashioned spinning and hand-loom weaving at Longdale. The story of Ruskin's posting tour was told many years afterwards, at the opening of the new Sheffield Museum, by Mr. Arthur Seven, a famous raconteur, whose description of the adventures of their cruise upon wheels includes so bright a picture of Ruskin that I must use his words as they were reported on the occasion in a magazine, Yggdrasil. With the professor, who disliked railways very much, it was not a question of travelling by rail. He said, "I will take you in a carriage and with horses, and we will drive the whole way from London to the north of England. And I will not only do that, but I will do the best in my power to get a postilion to ride, and we will go quite in the old-fashioned way." The professor went so far that he actually built a carriage for this drive. It was a regular posting carriage, with good strong wheels,
a place behind for the luggage, and cunning drawers inside it for all kinds of things that we might require on the journey. We started off one fine morning from London, I must say without a postilion, but when we arrived at the next town, about 20 miles off, having telegraphed beforehand that we were coming, there was a gorgeous postilion ready with the fresh horses, and we started off in the right style according to the professor's wishes. After many pleasant days of travelling, we at last arrived at Sheffield, and I well remember that we created no small sensation as we clattered up to the old posting inn. I think it was the King's Head. We stayed a few days, and visited the old museum at Walkley. And I remember the look of regret on the professor's face when he saw how cramped the space was there for the things he had to show. However, with his usual kindliness, he did not say much about it at the time, and he did not complain of the considerable amount of room it was necessary for the curator and his family to take up in that place. He stayed about 2 days looking at the beautiful country, and I'm glad to say there was a good deal still left. And then the professor gave orders that the carriage should be got ready to take us on our journey, and that a postilion should be forthcoming, if possible. I remember leaving the luncheon table and going outside to see if the necessary arrangements were complete. Sure enough, there was the carriage at the door, and a still more gorgeous postilion than any we had had so far on our journey. His riding breeches were of the tightest and whitest I ever saw. His horses were an admirable pair, and looked like going. A very large crowd had assembled outside the inn to see what extraordinary kind of mortals could be going to travel in such a way. I went to the room where the professor was still at luncheon, and told him that everything was ready, but that there was a very large crowd at the door. He seemed rather amused, and I said, "You know, Professor, I really don't know what the people expect, and whether it is a bride and bridegroom or what." He said, "Well, Arthur, you and John shall play at being bride and bridegroom inside the carriage, and I will get on the box." He got Mrs. Seven on his arm, and had to hold her pretty tightly as he left the door, because when she saw the crowd outside she tried to beat a retreat. At last he got her into the carriage. I was put in afterwards, and he jumped up on the box. The crowd closed in and looked at us as if we were a sort of menagerie. I was much amused when I thought how little these eager people knew that the real attraction was on the box. I felt inclined to put my head out of the window and say, "My good people, there is the man you should look at, not us." I did not like to do so, and the professor gave the word to be off. The postilion cracked his whip, and we went off in grand style amidst the cheers of the crowd. On one of these posting excursions, they came to Hardraw. Mrs. Alfred Hunt tells the story in her edition of Turner's Richmondshire. Mr. Seven's account is somewhat different. After examining the fall, Mrs. Seven and Mr. Ruskin left Mr. Seven to sketch, and then went away to Hall's to order their tea. When they were gone, a man who had been standing by came up and asked if that were Professor Ruskin. "Yes," said Mr. Seven, "it was. He is very fond of the fall, and much puzzled to know why the edge of the cliff is not worn away by the water, as he expected to find it after so many years." "Oh," said the other, "there are 12 feet of masonry up there to protect the rock. I'm a native of the place and know all about it." "I wish," said Mr. Seven absently as he went on drawing, "Mr. Ruskin knew that. He would be so interested." And the stranger ran off, When the sketcher came in to tea, he felt there was something wrong. "You are in for it," said his wife. "Let us look at his sketch first," said Mr. Ruskin, and luckily it was a very good one. By and by it all came out, how the Yorkshireman had caught the Professor and eagerly described the horrible vandalism, receiving in reply some very emphatic language, upon which he took off his hat and bowed low. "But, sir," he faltered, "the gentleman up there said I was to tell you, and you would be so interested." The Professor, suddenly mollified, took off his hat in turn and apologized for his reception of the news. "But," said he, "I shall never care for Hardraw waterfall again." "The Professor," said Mr. Seven, "dislikes railways very much, and on his arrival at Brantwood after that posting journey, he wrote a preface to a protest against the extension of railways in the Lake District by Mr. Robert Somerville. Ruskin's dislike of railways has been the text of a great deal of misrepresentation, and his use of them at all has been often quoted as an inconsistency. As a matter of fact, he never objected to main lines of railway communication, but he strongly objected, in common with a vast number of people, to the introduction of railways into districts whose chief interest is in their scenery, especially where, as in the English Lake District, the scenery is in miniature, easily spoiled by embankments and viaducts, and by the rows of ugly buildings which usually grow up round a station, and where the beauty of the landscape can only be felt in quiet walks or drives through it. Many years later, after he had said all he had to say on the subject again and again, and was on the brink of one of his illnesses, he wrote in violent language to a correspondent who tried to draw him on the subject of another proposed railway to Ambleside. But his real opinions were simple enough, and consistent with a practicable scheme of life. In August 1876, he left England for Italy. He travelled alone, accompanied only by his new servant Baxter, who had lately taken the place vacated by Crawley, Mr. Ruskin's former valet of 20 years' service. He crossed the Simplon to Venice, where he was welcomed by an old friend, Rawdon Brown, and a new friend, Professor C.H. Moore of Harvard. He met 2 Oxford pupils, Mr. J. Ready Anderson, whom he set to work on Carpaccio, and Mr. Whitehead. "So much nicer they all are," he wrote in a private letter, "than I was at their age." Also his pupil Mr. Bunny, at work on copies of pictures and records of architecture, the legacy of St.MARK to St. George. 2 young artists were brought into his circle during that winter, both Venetians, and both singularly interesting men. Giacomo Boni, now a celebrated antiquary, then capo d'opera of the Ducal Palace, and doing his best to preserve, instead of restoring, the ancient sculptures, and Angelo Alessandri, a painter of more than usual seriousness of aim and sympathy with the fine qualities of the old masters. Ruskin had been engaged on a manual of drawing for his Oxford schools, which he now meant to complete in 2 parts, the Laws of Fiesole, teaching the principles of Florentine draftsmanship, and the Laws of Rivo Alto, about Venetian colour. Passages for this second part were written, but he found himself so deeply interested in the evolution of Venetian art, and in tracing the spirit of the people as shown by the mythology illustrated in the pictures and sculptures, that his practical manual became a sketch of art history. St. Mark's Rest, as a sort of companion to Mornings in Florence, which he had been working at during his last visit to Italy. His intention was to supersede Stones of Venice by a smaller book,
giving more prominence to the ethical side of history, which should illustrate Carpaccio as the most important figure of the transition period, and do away with the exclusive Protestantism of his earlier work. He set himself to this task with Tintoret's motto, Zampli si fai mali maggiore, and worked with feverish energy, recording his progress in letters home. 13 November. I never was yet, in my life, in such a state of hopeless confusion of letters, drawings, and work. Chiefly because, of course, when one is old, one's done work seems all to tumble in upon one, and wants rearranging, and everything brings 1,000 old as well as new thoughts. My head seems less capable of accounts every year. I can't fix my mind on a sum in addition. It goes off, between 7 and 9, into a speculation on the 7 deadly sins, or the 9 muses. My table is heaped with unanswered letters, the manuscripts of 4 or 5 different books at 6 or 7 different parts of each, sketches getting rubbed out, others getting smudged in, parcels from Mr. Brown unopened, parcels for Mr. Moore unsent, my inkstand in one place, too probably upset, my pen in another, my paper under a pile of books, and my last carefully written note thrown into the waste paper basket. 3 December. I am having nasty foggy weather just now, but it's better than fog in London, and I'm really resting a little and trying not to be so jealous of the flying days. I've a most comfy room at the Grand Hotel. I've gone out of the very expensive one, and only pay 12 francs a day, and I've 2 windows, one with open balcony, and the other covered in with glass. It spoils the look of the window dreadfully, but gives me a view right away to Lido, and of the whole sunrise. Then the bed is curtained off from rest of room like that, sketch of window and room, with fine flourishing white and gold pillars, and the black place is where one goes out of the room beside the bed. 9 December. I hope to send home a sketch or 2 which will show I'm not quite losing my head yet. I must show at Oxford some reason for my staying so long in Venice. Besides studies in the chapel of St. George, he copied Carpaccio's Dream of St. Ursula, which was taken down. It had been skied at the Academy until then, and placed in the sculpture gallery, and belaboured to produce a facsimile. 24 December. I do think St. Ursula's lips are coming pretty, and her eyelids, but oh me, her hair! Tony, Mr. Brown's gondola, says she's all right, and he's a grave and close-looking judge, you know. Christmas Day was a crisis in his life. He was attacked by illness, severe pain, followed by a dreamy state in which the vividly realized presence of St. Ursula mingled with memories of his dead lady, whose spirit had been shown him a year before by a medium met at a country house. Since then he had watched eagerly for evidences of another life, and a sense of its conceivability grew upon him, in spite of the doubts which he had entertained of the immortality of the soul. At last, after a year's earnest desire for some such assurance, it seemed to come to him, what others call coincidences and accidents and states of mind flashed for him into importance. Times and seasons, names and symbols took a vivid meaning. His intense despondency changed for a while into a singular happiness. It seemed a renewed health and strength, and instead of despair, He rejoiced in the conviction of guarding providences and helpful inferences. Readers of IV.'s had traced for some years back the reawakening of a religious tone, now culminating in a pronounced mysticism which they could not understand, and in a recantation of the sceptical judgments of his middle period. He found now new excellences in the early Christian painting. He depreciated Turner and Tintoret, and denounced the frivolous art of the day. He searched the Bible more diligently than ever for its hidden meanings, and in proportion as he felt its inspiration, he recoiled from the conclusions of modern science, and wrapped the prophet's mantle more closely round him, as he denounced with growing fervour the crimes of our unbelieving age. End of Book 4, Chapter 4. Recording by Xiaoyan Arrowsmith.
Book 4, Chapter 5 of The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. Book 4, Professor and Prophet, 1870 to 1900. Chapter 5, Deucalion and Proserpina, 1877 to 1879. Recording by Graham Arrowsmith. In the summer of 1875, Ruskin had written, "I begin to ask myself, with somewhat pressing arithmetic, how much time is likely to be left me, at the age of 56, to complete the various designs for which, until past 50, I was merely collecting material. Of these materials, I have now enough by me for a most interesting, in my own opinion, history of 15th century Florentine art, in 6 octavo volumes, an analysis of the Attic art of the 5th century BC in 3 volumes, an exhaustive history of northern 13th century art in 10 volumes, a life of Sir Walter Scott with analysis of modern epic art in 7 volumes, a life of Xenophon with analysis of the general principles of education in 10 volumes, a commentary on Hesiod with final analysis of the principles of political economy in 9 volumes, and a general description of the geology and botany of the Alps in 24 volumes. The estimation of volumes was, perhaps, in jest, but the plans for harvesting his material were in earnest. Proserpina, so named from the flora of the Greeks, the daughter of Demeter, Mother Earth, grew out of notes already begun in 1866. It was a little like an ordinary botany book. That was to be expected. It did not dissect plants, it did not give chemical or historical analysis, but with bright and curious fancy, with the most ingenious diagrams and perfect drawings, beautifully engraved by Burgess and Allen, illustrated the mystery of growth in plants and the tender beauty of their form. Though this was not science, in strict terms it was a field of work which no one but Ruskin had cultivated. He was helped by a few scientific men like Professor Oliver, who saw a value in his line of thought and showed a kindly interest in it. Deucalion, from the mythical creator of human life out of stones, was begun as a companion work, to be published in parts as the repertory of Oxford lectures on Alpine form, and notes on all kinds of kindred subjects. For instance, before that hasty journey to Sheffield he gave a lecture at the London Institution on precious stones, February the 17th, repeated March the 28th, 1876. A lecture on a similar subject was given to the boys of Christ's Hospital on April the 15th. This lecture, called The Iris of the Earth, stood first in Part 3 of the Deucalion, and the work went on in studies of the forms of silica on the lines marked out 10 years before in the papers on banded and brachiated concretions, now carried forward with much kind help from the Reverend J. Clifton Ward of the Geographical Survey and Mr. Henry Willett, F.G.S., of Brighton. On the way home over the Simplon in May and June 1877, travelling first with Signor Alessandri and then with Mr. G. Allen, Professor Ruskin continued his studies of alpine flowers for Proserpina. In the autumn he gave a lecture at Kendal, October the 1st, repeated at Eton College, December the 8th, on Udale and its streamlets. Udale, reprinted as Part 5 of Deucalion, took an unusual importance in his own mind, not only because it was a great success as a lecture, though some Kendallians complained that there was not enough information in it, but because it was the first given since that Christmas at Venice, when a new insight had been granted him, as he felt, into spiritual things, and a new burden laid on him, to withstand the rash conclusions of science falsely so called, and to preach in their place the presence of God in nature and in man. Writing to Mrs. Beaver about his Oxford course of that autumn, Readings in Modern Painters, he said on the 2nd of December, "I gave yesterday the 12th and last of my course of lectures this term, to a room crowded by 600 people, 2/3 members of the university, and with its door wedged open by those who could not get in. This interest of theirs being granted to me, I doubt not, because for the first time in Oxford I have been able to speak to them boldly of immortal life. I intended, when I began the course, only to have read Modern Painters to them. But when I began, some of your favourite bits interested the men so much, and brought so much larger a proportion of undergraduates than usual, that I took pains to reinforce and press them home. And people say I have never given so useful a course yet, but it has taken all my time and strength." He wrote again on December the 16th from Herne Hill. "It is a long while since I have felt so good for nothing as I do this morning. My very wristbands curl up in a dog's-eared and disconsolate manner. My little room is all a heap of disorder. I have got hoarseness and wheezing and sneezing and coughing and choking. I can't speak and I can't think. I am miserable in bed and useless out of it. And it seems to me as if I could never venture to open a window or go out of a door any more. I have the dimmest sort of diabolical pleasure in thinking how miserable I shall make Susie by telling her all this. But in other respects I seem entirely devoid of all moral sentiments. I have arrived at this state of things, first by catching cold, and since trying to amuse myself for 3 days." He goes on to give a list of his amusements: Pickwick, chivalric romances, the Daily Telegraph, Staunton's games of chess, and finally analysis of the Dock Company's bill of charges on a box from Venice. 10 days after he wrote from Oxford, in his whimsical style, "Yesterday I had 2 lovely services in my own cathedral. You know the Cathedral of Oxford is the chapel of Christ Church College, and I have my high seat in the chancel as an honorary student, besides being bred there, and so one is ever so proud and ever so pious all at once, which is ever so nice to know. And my own dean, that's the Dean of Christ Church, who is as big as any bishop, read the services, and the psalms and anthems were lovely. And then I dined with Henry Ackland and his family, but I do wish I could be at Brantwood too. Next day it was cold quite gone." But he was not to be quit so easily this time of the results of overwork and worry. He had been passing through the unpleasant experience of a misunderstanding with one of his most trusted friends and helpers. His work on behalf of the St. George's Guild had been energetic and sincere, and he had received the support of a number of strangers, among whom were people of reasonable station and position. But he was surprised to find that many of his personal friends held aloof. He was still more surprised to learn, on returning from Venice, full of new hope and strong convictions in his mission, that the caution of one upon whom he had counted as a firm ally had dissuaded an intending adherent from joining in the work. A man of the world, accustomed to overreach and to be overreached, would have taken the discovery coolly and accepted an explanation. But Ruskin was never a man of the world, and now much less than ever. He took it as treason to the great work of which he felt himself to be the missionary. Throughout the autumn and winter the discovery rankled and preyed on his mind. As for the sake of absolute candour, he had published in fours everything that related to the guild work, even his own private affairs and confessions, whatever they risked. He felt that this too must out, in order that his supporters might judge of his conduct, and that nothing affecting the enterprise might be kept back. And so, at Christmas, he sent the correspondence to his printers. Years afterwards, by the intervention of friends, this breach was healed. But what suffering it cost can be learnt from the sequel. To Ruskin it was the beginning of the end, His Aberdeen correspondents asked just then for the usual Christmas message to the Bible class, and instead of the cheery words of bygone years, received the couplet from Horace. Inter spem caramque, timore inter et iras, omnem crede diem tibi delixisse supremum. Amid hope and sorrow, amid fear and wrath, believe every day that has dawned on thee to be thy last. From Oxford, early in January 1878, he went on a visit to Windsor Castle, whence he wrote, I came to see Prince Leopold, who has been a prisoner to his sofa lately, but I trust he is better. He is very bright and gentle under severe and almost continual pain. No less gentle, in spite of the severe justice he was inflicting upon himself even more than upon his friend, was the author of the Fours, as the letters of the time to his invalid neighbour in Hortus Inclusus show. How ready to own himself in the wrong, at that very moment when he was being pointed at as the most obstinate and egotistic of men, how placable he really was and open to rebuke he showed when, from Windsor, he went to Hawarden. Nearly 3 years before he had written roughly of Mr. Gladstone. As a Conservative, he was not predisposed in favour of the leader of the party to whom he attributed most of the evils he was combating. Mr. Gladstone and he had often met and by no means agreed together in conversation, but this visit convinced him that he had misjudged Mr. Gladstone, and he promptly made the fullest apology in the current number of Fours, saying that he had written under a complete misconception of his character. In reprinting the old pages, he not only cancelled the offending message, but he left the place blank, with a note in the middle of it, as a memorial of rash judgment. He went slowly northward, seeking rest at Ingleton, whence he wrote January the 17th, I've got nothing done all the time I've been away but a few mathematical figures, crystallography no doubt for DEUCALION, and the less I do, the less I find I can do it. And yesterday, for the first time these 20 years, I hadn't so much as a plan in my head all day. Arrived at Brantwood, as rest was useless, he tried work. Mr. Willett had asked him to reprint the 2 paths, and he got that ready for press and wrote a short preface. At Venice, Mr. J.R. Anderson had been working out for him the myths illustrated by Carpaccio in the chapel of St. Giorgio de Schiavone, and the book had been waiting for Ruskin's introduction until he was surprised by the publication of an almost identical inquiry by Monsieur Clermont-Ganneau. He tried to fulfil his duty to his pupil by writing the preface immediately, most sorrowfully feeling the inadequacy of his strength for the tasks he had laid upon it. He wrote, My own feeling, now, is that everything which has hitherto happened to me, and been done by me, whether well or ill, has been fitting me to take greater fortune more prudently, and to do better work more thoroughly. And just when I seemed to be coming out of school, very sorry to have been such a foolish boy, yet have taken a prize or 2, and expecting now to enter upon some more serious business than cricket, I am dismissed by the master I hoped to serve, with a, That's all I want of you, sir. In such times he found relief by reverting to the past. He wrote in the beginning of February a paper for the University magazine on my first editor, W.H. Harrison, and forgot himself, almost, in bright reminiscences of youthful days and early associations. Next, as Mr. Marcus Huish, who had shown great friendliness and generosity in providing prints for the Sheffield Museum, was now proposing to hold an exhibition of Mr. Ruskin's Turners at the Fine Arts Galleries in New Bond Street. It was necessary to arrange the exhibits and to prepare the catalogue. For the next fortnight he struggled on with this labour and with his last Fours, the last he was to write in the long series of more than 7 years. How little the thousands who read the preface to his catalogue, with its sad sketch of Turner's fate, and what they supposed to be its customary burst of terminal eloquence, understood that it was indeed the cry of one who had been wounded in the house of his friends, and was now believing every day that dawned on him to be his last. He told of Turner's youthful picture of the Coniston Fells, and its invocation to the mists of morning, bidding them, in honour to the world's great author, rise. And then how Turner's health, and with it in great degree his mind, failed suddenly with a snap of some vital cord, after the sunset splendours of his last dazzling efforts. Morning breaks as I write along those Coniston fells, and the level mists, motionless and grey beneath the rose of the moorlands, veil the lower woods and the sleeping village and the long lawns by the lake shore. Oh, that someone had but told me, in my youth, when all my heart seemed to be set on these colours and clouds, that appear for a while and then vanish away, how little my love of them would serve me, when the silence of lawn and wood in the dews of morning should be completed, and all my thoughts should be those of whom, by neither, I was to meet more. The catalogue was finished and hurried off to the printers. A week of agitating suspense at home, and then it could no longer be concealed. Friends and foes alike were startled and saddened with the news of his sudden and dangerous illness, some form of inflammation of the brain, the result of overwork, but still more immediately of the emotional strain from which he had been suffering. On March the 4th, the Turner exhibition opened, and day by day the bulletins from Brantwood announcing his condition were read by multitudes of visitors with eager and sorrowful interest. Newspapers all the world over copied the daily reports. In the far west of America the same telegrams were posted, and they say even a more demonstrative sympathy was shown. Nor was the feeling confined to the English-speaking public. The Oxford proctor, in convocation of April 24th, when the patient, after the first burst of the storm was slowly drifting back into calmer waters, thought it worth while, in the course of his speech, to mention that in Italy, where he had lately been on an Easter vacation tour, he had witnessed a widespread anxiety about Ruskin, and prayers put up for his recovery. By May the 10th he was so much better that he could complete the catalogue with some gossip about those Alpine drawings of 1842, which he regarded as the climax of Turner's work. The first, and best in some ways, of the series was the Splugen. Without any word to him, the diligence of kind friends and the help of a wide circle of admirers traced the drawing and subscribed its price, 1,000 guineas, to which Mr. Agnew generously added his commission, and it was presented to Mr. Ruskin as a token of sympathy and respect. He was not insensible to the personal compliment implied, and by way of some answer he spent the first few days of his convalescence in arranging and annotating a series of drawings by himself and engravings, illustrating the Turners, to add to his show during the remainder of the season. When they were sent off, early in June, to Bond Street, he left home with the Sevens to complete his recovery at Malham. There was another reason why that spontaneous testimonial was welcome at the moment, for a curious and unaccustomed ordeal was impending for his claims as an art critic. On his return from Venice after months of intercourse with the great old masters, he found the Grosvenor Gallery just opened for the first time, with its memorable exhibition of the different extra-academical schools. Placed before the public, in sharp contrast, the final outcome of the pre-Raphaelitism for which he had fought many a year before, and samples of the last new fashion from Paris. The maturer works of Burne-Jones had been practically unseen by the public, and Ruskin took the opportunity of their exhibition to write his praise of the youngest of the old masters in the current number of Fours, and afterwards in 2 papers on the 3 colours of pre-Raphaelitism. 19th Century Magazine, November and December, 1878. But in the same Fours he dismissed with half a paragraph of contempt Mr. Whistler's eccentric sketch of fireworks at Cremorne. Long before, in 1863, when he was working with various artists connected with the Pre-Raphaelite circle, Mr. Whistler had made overtures to the great critic through Mr. Swinburne the poet, but he had not been taken seriously. Now he had become the missionary in England of the new French gospel of Impressionism, which to Ruskin was one of those half-truths which are ever the worst of heresies. Mr. Whistler appealed to the law. He brought an action for libel, which was tried on November the 25th and 26th before Baron Huddleston, and recovered a farthing damages. Ruskin's costs, amounting to £386, 12 shillings and 4pence, were paid by a public subscription to which 120 persons, including many strangers, contributed. By that time he was fully recovering from his illness, back at Coniston after a short visit to Liverpool. It was forbidden to him to attempt any exciting work. He had given up Fours and Oxford lecturing and was devoting himself again to quiet studies for Proserpina and DEUCALION. On the first day of the trial, the St. George's Guild was registered as a company. On the second day, he wrote to Miss Beaver, "I have entirely resigned all hope of ever thanking you rightly for bread, sweet odours, roses and pearls, and must just allow myself to be fed, scented, rose-garlanded, and bepearled, as if I were a poor little pet dog or pet pig. But my cold is better, and I am getting on with this botany. But it is really too important a work to be pushed for a week or fortnight." Early in 1879, his resignation of the Slade professorship was announced, followed by what was virtually his election to an honorary doctor's degree, or as officially worded, the Hebdomadal Council resolved on June 9, 1879, to propose to Convocation to confer the degree of D.C.L. honoris causa upon John Ruskin, M.A. of Christ Church, at the Encyenia of that year. But the proposal, though notified in the Gazette of June 10th, was not submitted to vote owing to the inability of Mr. Ruskin to be present at the Encyenia. The degree was conferred, in his absence, in 1893. End of Book 4, Chapter 5. Recording by Graham Arrowsmith.
Book 4, Chapter 6 of The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. Book 4, Professor and Prophet, 1870 to 1900. Chapter 6, The Diversions of Brantwood, 1879 to 1881. Recording by Xiaoyan Arrowsmith. 60 years of one of the busiest lives on record were beginning to tell upon Ruskin. He would not confess to old age, but his recent illness had shaken him severely. The next 3 years were spent chiefly at Coniston, in comparative retirement, but neither in despair, nor idleness, nor loneliness. He had always lived a sort of dual life, solitary in his thoughts, but social in his habits, liking company, especially of young people, ready, in the intervals of work, to enter into their employments and amusements, and curiously able to forget his cares in hours of relaxation. Sometimes, when earnest admirers made the pilgrimage to their Mecca, holy Brantwood, as a scoffing poet called it, they were surprised and even shocked to find the prophet of force at the head of a merry dinner-table, and the professor of art among surroundings which a London or a Boston aesthete would have ruled to be in very poor taste. Shall I take you for a visit there, to Brantwood as it was in those old times? It is a weary way to Coniston, whatever road you choose. The inconvenience of the railway route was perhaps one reason of Ruskin's preference for driving on so many occasions. After changing and changing trains and stopping at many a roadside station, at last you see, suddenly, over the wild undulating country, the Coniston Old Man and its crags, abrupt on the left, and the lake, long and narrow, on the right. Across the water, tiny in the distance and quite alone amongst the forests and moors, there is Brantwood, and beyond it everything seems uncultivated, uninhabited, except for one grey farmhouse high on the fell, where gaps in the ragged larches show how bleak and storm-swept a spot it is. To come out of the station after long travel is to find yourself face to face with magnificent rocks and white cottages among the fir trees. As you are whirled down through the straggling village and along the shore round the head of the lake, the panorama, though not alpine in magnitude, is almost alpine in character. The valley, too, is not yet built up. It is still the old-fashioned lake country, almost as it was in the days of the Itinerariad. You drive up and down a narrow, hilly lane, catching peeps of mountains and sunset, through thick, overhanging trees. You turn sharp up through a gate under dark firs and larches, and the carriage stops in what seems, in the twilight, a sort of court, a gravelled space one side formed by a rough stone wall crowned with laurels and almost a precipitous coppice, the brunt or steep wood above, and the rest is Brantwood with a capital B. You expect that Gothic porch you have read of in lectures on architecture and painting, and you are surprised to find a stucco classic portico in a corner, painted and grained and heaped around with lucky horseshoes, brightly black-leaded, and mysterious rows of large blocks of slate and basalt and trap, a complete museum of local geology, if only you knew it. Very unlike an ideal entrance, still more unlike an ordinary one. While you wait, you can see through the glass door a roomy hall, lit with candles and hung with large drawings by Burne-Jones and by the master of the house. His soft hat and thick gloves and chopper lying on the marble table show that he has come in from his afternoon's wood-cutting. But if you are expected, you will hardly have time to look round, for Brantwood is nothing if not hospitable. The honoured guest, and all guests are honoured there, after welcome, is ushered up a narrow stair, which betrays the original cottage, into the turret room. It had been the Professor's until after his illness, and he papered it with naturalistic pansies to his own taste, and built out at one corner a projecting turret to command the view on all sides, with windows strongly latticed to resist the storms. There is old-fashioned solid comfort in the way of furniture and pictures, a Dürer engraving, some Prouts and Turners, a couple of old Venetian heads, and Meissonier's Napoleon over the fireplace. A picture which Ruskin bought for 1,000 guineas, showed for a time at Oxford, and hung up here in a shabby little frame to be out of the way. If you are a man, you are told not to dress. If you are a lady, you may put on your prettiest gown. They dine in a new room, for the old dining-room was so small that the waitress could not get round the table. The new room is spacious and lofty compared with the rest of the house. It has a long window with thick red sandstone mullions. There at last is a touch of Gothicism. To look down the lake, and a bay window open on the narrow lawn sloping steeply down to the road in front, and a view of the old man. The walls, painted duck egg, are hung with old pictures. The Doge Gritti, a bit saved from the great Titian that was burnt in a fire at the Ducal Palace in 1574, a couple of Tintorets, Turner and Reynolds, each painted by himself in youth, Raphael by the pupil, so it is said, portraits of old Mr. and Mrs. Ruskin, and little John and his bull heels. There he sits, no longer little, opposite, and you can trace the same curve and droop of the eyebrows, prefigured in the young face and preserved in the old, and a certain family likeness to his handsome young father. Since Mr. Ruskin's illness, his cousin, Mrs. Arthur Seven, has become more and more indispensable to him. She sits at the head of the table and calls him the cause. An eminent visitor was once put greatly out of countenance by this apparent irreverence. After obvious embarrassment, light dawned upon him towards the close of the meal. "Oh," said he, "it's the cause you call Mr. Ruskin. I thought you were saying the cuz." There are generally 2 or 3 young people staying in the house, salaried assistants, or amateur occasional helpers, But though there is a succession of visitors from a distance, there is not very frequent entertainment of neighbours. A Brantwood dinner is always ample. There is no asceticism about the place, nor is there any affectation of intensity or of conversational cleverness. The neat things you meant to say are forgotten. You must be hardened indeed to say them to Mr. Ruskin's face. But if you were shy, you soon feel that there was no need for shyness. You have fallen among friends. And before dessert comes in with fine old sherry, the pride of your host, as he explains, you feel that nobody understands you so well, and that all his books are nothing to himself. They don't sit over their wine, and smoking is not allowed. Ruskin goes off to his study after dinner. It is believed for a nap, for he was at work early and has been out all the afternoon. In the drawing-room you see pictures, watercolours by Turner and Hunt, drawings by Prout and Ruskin, and early Burne-Jones, a sketch in oil by Gainsborough. The furniture is the old mahogany of Mr. Ruskin's childhood, with rare things interspersed, like the cloisonné vases on the mantelpiece. Soon after 9, Ruskin comes in with an armful of things that are going to the Sheffield Museum, and while his cousin makes his tea and salted toast, he explains his last acquirements in minerals or missals, eager that you should see the interest of them, or displays the last studies of Mr. Rooke or Mr. Fairfax Murray, copies from Carpaccio or bits of Gothic architecture. Then, sitting in the chair in which he preached his baby sermon, he reads aloud a few chapters of Scott or Miss Edgeworth, or, with judicious omissions, one of the older novelists, or translates, with admirable facility, a scene of Scribe or George Sand. When his next work comes out, you will recognize this evening's reading in his allusions and quotations, perhaps even in the subjects of his writing, for at this time he is busy on the articles of Fiction, Fair, and Fool. After the reading, music, a bit of his own composition, old Aegena's Rock, or Cockle Hat and Staff, his cousin's Scotch ballads or Christy minstrel songs, and if you can sing a new ditty fresh from London, now is your chance. You are surprised to see the prophet clapping his hands to Kemp Town races or the 100 pipers, chorus given with the whole strength of the company, but you are in a house of strange meetings. By about 10:30 his day is over, a busy day, and has left him tired out. You will not easily forget the way he lit his candle, no lamps allowed, and no gas, and gave a last look lovingly at a pet picture or two, slanting his candlestick and shading the light with his hand, before he went slowly upstairs to his own little room, literally lined with the Turner drawings you have read about in Modern Painters. You may be waked up by a knock at the door, and "Are you looking out?" and pulling up the blind, there is one of our Coniston mornings, with the whole range of mountains in one quiet glow above the cool mist of the valley and the lake, going down at length on a voyage of exploration, and turning in perhaps at the first door, you intrude upon the professor at work in his study, half sitting, half kneeling at his round table in the bay window, with the early cup of coffee and the cat in his crimson armchair. There he has been working since dawn perhaps, or on dark mornings by candlelight, and he does not seem to mind the interruption. After a welcome, he asks you to look round while he finishes his paragraph and rides away composedly. A long, low room, evidently 2 old cottage rooms thrown into one. papered with a pattern specially copied from Marco Marziali's Circumcision in the National Gallery, and hung with Turners. A great early Turner of the Lake of Geneva is over the fireplace. You are tempted to make a mental inventory. Polished steel fender, very unaesthetic. Curious shovel, his design, he will stop to remark, and forged by the village smith. Red mahogany furniture with startling shiny emerald leather chair cushions, red carpet and green curtains. Most of the room crowded with bookcases and cabinets for minerals. Scales in a glass case, heaps of mineral specimens, books on the floor, rows of diagrams, early Greek pots from Cyprus, a great litter of things, and yet not disorderly nor dusty. "I don't understand," he once said, "why you ladies are always complaining about the dust. My bookcases are never dusty." The truth being that, though he rose early, the housemaid rose earlier. Before you have finished your inventory, he breaks off work to show you a drawer or two of minerals, fairyland in a cupboard, or some of his missals, King Hakon's Bible, or the original manuscript of the Scott he was reading last night, or opening a door in a sort of secrétaire, pulls out of their sliding cases frame after frame of Turners, the Bridge of Narni, the Falls of Terni, Florence or Rome, and many more, to hold in your hand and take to the light and look into with a lens. Quite a different thing from seeing pictures in a gallery. At breakfast, when you see the post-bag brought in, you understand why he tries to get his bit of writing done early. The letters and parcels are piled in the study, and after breakfast, at which, as in old times, he reads his last written passages, how much more interesting they will always look to you in print. After breakfast, he is closeted with an assistant, and they work through the heap. Private friends known by handwriting he puts aside. Most of the morning will go in answering them. Business he talks over and gives brief directions, but the bulk of the correspondence is from strangers in all parts of the world, admirers' flattery, students' questions, begging letters for money, books, inference, advice, autographs, criticism on enclosed manuscript or accompanying picture, remonstrance or abuse from dissatisfied readers, or people who object to his method of publication or wish to convert him to their own religion. And so the heap is gradually cleared, with the help of the waste paper basket, the secretary's work cut out, his own arranged, and by noon a long row of letters and envelopes have been set out to dry. Mr. Ruskin uses no blotting paper, and, as he dislikes the vulgar method of fastening envelopes, the secretary's work will be to seal them all with red wax, and seal with the motto "Today," cut in the apex of a big specimen of Corsetni. If you take, as many do, an interest in the minutiae of portrait painting, and think the picture more finished for its details, you may notice that he writes on a flat table, not on a desk, that he uses a cork penholder and a fine steel pen, though he is not at all a slave to his tools, and differs from others rather in the absence of the sine qua non from his conditions. He can write anywhere, on anything, with anything, wants no pen wiper, no special form of paper, or other fad. Much of his work is written in bound notebooks, especially when he is abroad, to prevent the loss and disorder of multitudinous foolscap. He generally makes a rough syllabus of his subject in addition to copious notes and extracts from authorities, and then writes straight off. not without a noticeable hesitation and revision, even in his letters. His rough copy is transcribed by an assistant, and he often does not see it again until it is in proof. Printers' proofs are always a trial, and he is glad to shift the work onto an assistant's shoulders, such as Mr. Harrison was, who saw all his early works through the press. But he is extremely particular about certain matters, such as the choice of type and arrangements of the page, though his taste does not coincide with that of the leaders of recent fashions. Mr. Jowett, of Mrs. Hazel, Watson and Vinney Limited, said in Hazel's magazine for September 1892 that Ruskin made the size of a page a careful study, though he adopted many varieties. The false page is different from, and not so symmetrical as that of the octavo works series, although both are printed on the same sized paper, medium octavo. Then there is the Ninth Faith and Auric, in both of which the type pica modern, this delightful type, wrote Ruskin, and the size of the page are different from any other, yet both were his choice. The Auric page was imitated from an old edition of Miss Edgeworth. The first proof he criticized thus: "Don't you think a quarter-inch off this page, as enclosed, would look better? The type is very nice. How delicious a bit of Miss Edgeworth's is, like this." Ida was another page of his choice, and greatly approved. His title pages, too, were arranged with great care. He used to draw them out in pen and ink, indicating the size and the position of the lines and letters. He objected to ornaments and to anything like blackness and heaviness, but he was very particular about proportions and spacing, and about the division of words. In the morning everybody is busy. There are drawings and diagrams to be made, manuscript to copy, references to look up, parcels to pack and unpack. Someone is told off to take you round, and you visit the various rooms and see the treasures, inspect the outhouse with its workshop for carpentry, framing and mounting, casting leaves and modelling. One work or another is sure to be going on. Perhaps one of the various sculptors who have made Ruskin's bust is busy there. Down at the lodge, a miniature Brantwood, turret and all, the 7 children live when they are at Coniston. Then there are the gardens, terraced in steep rocky slope, and some small hot houses, which Ruskin thinks a superfluity except that they provide grapes for sick neighbours. Below the gardens, a path across a field takes you to the harbour, begun in play by the Xenophon translators and finished by the village mason, with its fleet of boats, chief of them the Jumping Jenny, called after Monteilhard's boat in Red Gauntlet, Ruskin's own design and special private water carriage. Outside the harbour the sailboats are moored, Mr. Seven's Lily of Brantwood, Milliard's boat and his snail, an unfortunate craft brought from Morecambe Bay with great expectations that were never realized, though Ruskin always professed to believe in her as a real sea-boat, see Harbours of England, such as he used to steer with his friend Uhe, the Boulogne fisherman, in the days when he, too, was smitten with sea fever. After luncheon, if letters are done, all hands are piped to the moor. With billhooks and choppers the party winds up the wood paths, the professor first, walking slowly and pointing out to you his pet bits of rock cleavage, or ivied trunk, or nest of wild strawberry plants. You see, perhaps, the ice-house tunnelled at vast expanse into the rock, and filled at more expanse with the best eyes, opened at last with great expectations and most charitable intent, for it was planned to supply invalids in the neighborhood with ice, as the hothouses supplied them with grapes, and revealing, after all, nothing but a puddle of dirty water. You see more successful works. The professor's little private garden, which he is supposed to cultivate with his own hands, various little wells and watercourses among the rocks moss-grown and fern-embowered, and so you come out on the moor. There great works go on. Juniper is being rooted up, boggy patches drained and cultivated, cranberries are being planted, and oats grown, paths engineered to the best points of view, rocks bared to examine the geology, though you cannot get the professor to agree that every inch of his territory has been glaciated. These diversions have their serious side, for he is really experimenting on the possibility of reclaiming waste land, perhaps too sanguine, you think, and not counting the cost. To which he replies that as long as there are hands unemployed and misemployed, a government such as he would see need never be at a loss for labourers. If corn can be made to grow where juniper grew before, the benefit is a positive one, the expense only comparative, and so you take your pick with the rest and are almost persuaded to become a companion of St. George. Not to tire a newcomer, he takes you away, after a while, to a fine heathery promontory, where you sit before a most glorious view of lake and mountains. This, he says, is his Naboth's vineyard. He would like to own so fine a point of vantage, but he is happy in his country retreat, far happier than you thought him, and the secret of his happiness is that he has sympathy with all around him, and a hearty interest in everything, from the least to the greatest. Coming down from the moor after the round, when you reach the front door, you must see the performance of the waterfall. Everybody must see that. On the moor, a reservoir has been dug and dammed with ingenious floodgates, Ruskin's device, of course, and a channel let down through the wood to a rustic bridge in the rock. Someone has stayed behind to let out the water, and down it comes, first a black stream and then a white one, as it gradually clears. And the rocky wall at the entrance becomes for 10 minutes a cascade. This, too, has its uses. Not only is there a supply of water in case of fire, the exact utilization of which is yet undecided, but it illustrates one of his doctrines about the simplicity with which works of irrigation could be carried out among the hills of Italy. And so you go into tea and chess, for he loves a good game of chess with all his heart. He loves many things, you have found. He is different from other men, you know, by the breadth and vividness of his sympathies, by power of living as few other men can live, in admiration, hope, and love. End of Book 4, Chapter 6. Recording by Xiaoyan, Arrowsmith.
Book 4, Chapter 7 of The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. Book 4, Professor and Prophet, 1870 to 1900. Chapter 7, Fours Resumed, 1880 to 1881. Recording by Graham Arrowsmith. Retirement at Brantwood was only partial. Ruskin's habits of life made it impossible for him to be idle, much as he acknowledged the need of a thorough rest. He could not be wholly ignorant of the world outside Coniston, though sometimes for weeks together he tried to ignore it and refused to read a newspaper. The time when General Gordon went out to Khartoum was one of these periods of abstraction devoted to medieval study. Somebody talked one morning at breakfast about the Sudan. And who is the Sudan? He earnestly inquired, connecting the name, as it seemed, with the Soldan of Babylon in crusading romance. Don't you know, he wrote to a friend, January the 8th, 1880, that I am entirely with you in this Irish misery, and have been these 30 years. Only one can't speak plain without distinctly becoming a leader of revolution. I know that revolution must come in all the world, but I can't act with Danton or Robespierre, nor with the modern French Republican or Italian one. I could with you and your Irish, but you are only at the beginning of the end. I have spoken, and plainly too, for all who have ears and hear. The author of IV.'s had tried to show that the 19th century commercialist spirit was not new, that the tyranny of capital was the old sin of usury over again, and he asked why preachers of religion did not denounce it, why, for example, the Bishop of Manchester did not, on simply religious grounds, oppose the teaching of the Manchester school, who were the chief supporters of the commercialist economy. Not until the end of 1879 had Dr. Fraser been aware of the challenge, but at length he wrote, justifying his attitude. The popular and able bishop had much to say on the expediency of the commercial system and the error of taking the Bible literally, but he seemed unaware of the revolution in economical thought which unto this last and IV.'s had been pioneering. I am not gone to Venice yet, wrote Ruskin to Miss Beaver, but thinking of it hourly. I am very nearly done with toasting my bishop. He just wants another turn or two and then a little butter. The toasting and the buttering appeared in the Contemporary Review for February 1880, and this incident led him to feel that the commission of IV.'s was not finished. If bishops were still unenlightened, there was yet work to do. He gave up Venice and resumed his crusade. Brantwood life was occasionally interrupted by short excursions to London or elsewhere. In the autumn he had heard Professor Huxley on the evolution of reptiles, and this suggested another treatment of the subject from his own artistic and ethical point of view in a lecture oddly called A Caution to Snakes, given at the London Institution, March the 17th, 1880, repeated March the 23rd, and printed in DEUCALION. He was not merely an amateur zoologist and FZS, but a devoted lover and keen observer of animals. It would take long to tell the story of all his dogs, from the spaniel Dash, commemorated in his earliest poems, and Wissy, whose sagacity is related in Preterita, down through the long line of bulldogs, St. Bernards, and collies to Bramble, the reigning favourite, and all the cats who made his study their home or were flirted with abroad. To Miss Beaver, from Bolton Abbey, January the 24th, 1875, he describes the wharf in flood, and then continues, I came home to the hotel to quiet tea, and a black kitten called Sweep, who lapped half my cream jugful, and yet I had plenty, sitting on my shoulder. Grip, the pet rook at Denmark Hill, is mentioned in My First Editor as celebrated in verse by Mr. W. H. Harrison. Ruskin had not Thoreau's intimate acquaintance with the details of wild life, but his attitude towards animals and plants was the same. Hating the science that murders to dissect, resigning his professorship at Oxford finally because vivisection was introduced into the university, and supporting the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals with all his heart. But, as he said at the annual meeting in 1877, he objected to the sentimental fiction and exaggerated statements which some of its members circulated. They had endeavoured to prevent cruelty to animals, he said, but they had not enough endeavoured to promote affection for animals. He trusted to the pets of children for their education, just as much as to their tutors. It was to carry out this idea, to anticipate a little, that he founded the Society of Friends of Living Creatures, which he addressed May the 23rd, 1885, at the Club, Bedford Park, in his capacity of, not president, but Papa. The members, boys and girls from 7 to 15, promised not to kill nor hurt any animal for sport, nor tease creatures, but to make friends of their pets and watch their habits and collect facts about natural history. I remember on one of the rambles at Coniston in the early days how we found a wounded buzzard, one of the few creatures of the eagle kind that our English mountains still breed. The rest of us were not very ready to go near the beak and talons of the fierce-looking and, as we supposed, desperate bird. Ruskin quietly took it up in his arms, felt it over to find the hurt, and carried it, quite unresistingly, out of the way of dogs and passers-by, to a place where it might die in solitude or recover in safety. He often told his Oxford hearers that he would rather they learned to love birds than to shoot them, and his wood and moor were harbours of refuge for hunted game or vermin, and his windows the rendezvous of the little birds. He had not been abroad since the spring of 1877, and in August 1880 felt able to travel again. He went for a tour among the northern French cathedrals, staying at old haunts, Abbeville, Amiens, Beauvais, Chartres, Rouen, and then returned with Mr. A. and Mr. Brabazon to Amiens, where he spent the greater part of October. He was writing a new book, the Bible of Amiens, which was to be to the 7 lamps what St.MARK's Rest was to Stones of Venice. Before he returned, the secretary of the Chesterfield Art School had written to ask him to address the students. Mr. Ruskin, travelling without a secretary and in the flush of new work and thronging ideas, put the letter aside. He carried his letters about in bundles in his portmanteau, as he said in his apology, and looked at them as Ulysses at the bags of Aeolus. Some wag had the impudence to forge a reply, which was actually read at the meeting in spite of its obvious fictitious style and statements. Harlesden, London, Friday. My dear Sir, your letter reaches me here. Have just returned, commercial English, not Ruskin, from Venice, where he had meant to go, but did not go, where I have ruminated in the pasturages of the home of art, the loveliest and holiest of lovely and holy cities, where the very stones cry out, eloquent in the elegancies of iambics, and so forth. However, it deceived the newspapers, and there was a fine storm which Mr. Ruskin rather enjoyed, for though the forgery was clumsy enough, it embodied some apt plagiarism from a letter to the Mansfield Art School on a similar occasion. Not long before, a forgery of a more serious kind had been committed by one of the people connected with St. George's Guild, who had put Mr. Ruskin's name to cheques. The bank authorities were long in tracing the crime. They even sent a detective to Brantwood to watch one of his assistants, who never knew, nor will ever know, that he was honoured with such attentions. And none of his friends for a moment believed him guilty. He had sometimes imitated Mr. Ruskin's hand, a dangerous jest. The real culprit was discovered at last, and Mr. Ruskin had to go to London as a witness for the prosecution. Being in very weak health, the Times report said, April 1st, 1879, he was allowed to give evidence from the bench. He had told the Sheffield Communists that he thought so strongly on the subject of the repression of crime that he dare not give expression to his ideas for fear of being charged with cruelty. But no sooner was the prisoner released than he gave the help needed to start him again in a better career. Though he did not feel able to lecture to strangers at Chesterfield, he visited old friends at Eton on November 6, 1880, to give an address on Amiens. For once he forgot his manuscript, but the lecture was no less brilliant and interesting. It was practically the first chapter of his new work, the Bible of Amiens, itself intended as the first volume of Our Fathers Have Told Us, sketches of the history of Christendom for boys and girls who have been held at its fronts. The distinctly religious tone of the work was noticed as marking, if not a change, a strong development of a tendency which had been strengthening for some time past. Early in 1879, the Reverend F. A. Mailson, vicar of Broughton near Coniston, had asked him to write, for the Furness Clerical Society's meetings, a series of letters on the Lord's Prayer. In them he dwelt upon the need of living faith in the fatherhood of God and childlike obedience to the commands of old-fashioned religion and morality. He criticised the English liturgy as compared with medieval forms of prayer, and pressed upon his hearers the strongest warnings against evasion or explaining away of stern duties and simple faiths. He concluded, "No man more than I has ever loved the place where God's honour dwells, or yielded truer allegiance to the teaching of his evident servants. No man at this time grieves more for the damage of the Church which supposes him her enemy, while she whispers procrastinating Pax Vobiscum in answer to the spurious kiss of those who would fain toll curfew over the last fires of English faith, and watch the sparrows find nest where she may lay her young around the altars of the Lord." But if the Anglican Church refused him, the Roman Church was eager to claim him. His interest in medievalism seemed to point him out as ripe for conversion. Cardinal Manning, an old acquaintance, showed him special attention and invited him to charming tete-a-tete luncheons, It was commonly reported that he had gone over, or was going, but 2 letters, of a later date, show that he was not to be caught. To a Glasgow correspondent he wrote in 1887, "I shall be entirely grateful to you if you will take the trouble to contradict any news gossip of this kind, which may be disturbing the minds of any of my Scottish friends. I was, am, and can be only a Christian Catholic in the wide and eternal sense. I have been that these 25 years at least. Heaven keep me from being less as I grow older. But I am no more likely to become a Roman Catholic than a Quaker, Evangelical or Turk." To another, next year, he wrote, "I fear you have scarcely read enough of Fours to know the breadth of my own creed or communion. I gladly take the bread, water, wine, or meat of the Lord's Supper with members of my own family or nation who obey him, and should be equally sure it was his giving, if I were myself worthy to receive it, whether the intermediate mortal hand were the Pope's, the Queen's, or a hedge-side gypsy's." At Coniston he was on friendly terms with Father Gibson, the Roman Catholic priest, and gave a window to the chapel, which several of the Brantwood household attended. But though he did not go to church, he contributed largely to the increase of the poorly endowed curacy and to the charities of the parish. The religious society of the neighbourhood was hardly of a kind to attract him, unless among the religious society should be included the Thwaite, where lived the survivors of a family long settled at Coniston, Miss Mary Beaver, scientific and political, and Miss Susanna, who won Mr. Ruskin's admiration and affection by an interest akin to his own in nature and in poetry, and by her love for animals and bright, unfailing wit. Both ladies were examples of sincerely religious life, at once sources and lodestones of all good to the village, as he wrote in the preface to Hortus Inclusus, the collection of his letters to them since first acquaintance in the autumn of 1873. The elder Miss Beaver died at an advanced age on the last day of 1883. Miss Susanna survived until October the 29th, 1893. In children he took a warm and openly expressed interest. He used to visit the school often and delighted to give them a treat. On January the 13th, 1881, he gave a dinner to 315 Coniston youngsters, and the tone of his address to his young guests is noteworthy as taken in connection with the drift of his religious tendency during this period. He dwelt on a verse of the Sunday school hymn they had been singing, "Jesu here from sin deliver." "That is what we want," he said, "to be delivered from our sins. We must look to the Saviour to deliver us from our sin. It is right we should be punished for the sins which we have done, but God loves us and wishes to be kind to us and to help us that we may not wilfully sin." At this time he used to take the family prayers himself at Brantwood, preparing careful notes for a Bible reading, which sometimes indeed lasted longer than was convenient to the household, and writing collects for the occasion, still existing in manuscript, and deeply interesting as the prayers of a man who had passed through so many wildernesses of thought and doubt, and had returned at last, not to the fold of the Church, but to the footstool of the Father. End of Book 4, Chapter 7. Recording by Graham Arrowsmith.
Book 4, Chapter 8 of The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. Book 4, Professor and Prophet, 1870 to 1900. Chapter 8, The Recall to Oxford, 1882 to 1883. Recording by Xiaoyan Arrowsmith. This Brantwood life came to an end with the end of 1881. Early in the next year he went for change of scene to stay with the Sevens at his old home on Herne Hill. He seemed much better, and ventured to reappear in public. On March the 3rd he went to the National Gallery to sketch Turner's Python. On the unfinished drawing is written, "Bothered away from it, and never went again. No light to work by in the next month." An artist in the gallery had been taking notes of him for a surreptitious portrait, an embarrassing form of flattery. He wrote,
No, I won't believe any stories about overwork. It's impossible when one's in good heart and at really pleasant things. I have a lot of new things to do, but the heart fails, after lunch particularly." Heart and head did, however, fail again, and another attack of brain fever followed. Sir William Gull brought him through and won his praise as a doctor and esteem as a friend. Ruskin took it as a great compliment when Sir William, in acknowledging his fee, wrote that he should keep the cheque as an autograph. By Easter Monday the patient was better again and plunging into work in spite of everybody. He wrote, "I was not at all sure myself till yesterday whether I would go abroad, also I should have told you before. But as you have had the sorrowful news broken to you, and as I find Sir William Gull perfectly fixed in his opinion, I obey him, and reserve only some liberty of choice to myself, respecting not only climate, but the general appearance of the inhabitants of the localities, where for antiquarian or scientific research I may be induced to prolong my sojourn. Meanwhile I send you, to show you I haven't come to town for nothing, my last bargain in barrels, with a little topaz besides." But the journey was put off week after week. There was so much to do, buying diamonds for Sheffield Museum, and planning a collection of models to show the normal forms of crystals, and to illustrate a subject which he thought many people would find interesting if they could be got over its first difficulties. Not only Sheffield was to receive these gifts and helps, Ruskin had become acquainted with the Reverend J.P. Faunthorpe, Principal of Whitelands College for pupil teachers, and had given various books and collections to illustrate the artistic side of education. Now he instituted there the May Queen Festival, in some sort carrying out his old suggestion in time and tide. Mr. Arthur Seven designed a gold cross, and it was presented, with a set of volumes of Ruskin's works, sumptuously bound, to the May Queen and her maidens. The pretty festival became a popular feature of the school, patronized by royalty, and Ruskin continued his annual gift to Whitelands, and kept up a similar institution at the high school at Cork. At last, in August, he started for the Continent and stayed a while at Avallon in central France, a district new to him. There he met Mr. Frank Rundle, one of the artists working for St. John's Guild, and explored the scenery and antiquities of a most interesting neighbourhood. He drove over the Jura in the old style, revisited Savoie, and after weeks of bitter bites and dark weather, a splendid sunset cleared the hills. He wrote to Miss Beaver, "I saw Mont Blanc again today, unseen since 1877, and was very thankful. It is a sight that always redeems me to what I am capable of at my poor little best, and to what loves and memories are most precious to me." At Annecy, he was pleased to find the waiter at the Hôtel Verdun remembered his visit 20 years before. Everywhere he met old friends, and saw old scenes that he had feared he never would revisit. After crossing the Sunni and hastening through Turin and Genoa, he reached Lucca, to be waited at the Albergo Leale dell'Universo by a crowd, everyone anxious to shake hands with Signor Ruskin. No wonder, for instead of allowing himself to be a mere number so-and-so in a hotel, wherever he felt comfortable, and that was everywhere except at pretentious modern hotels, he made friends with the waiter, chatted with the landlord, found his way into the kitchen to compliment the cook, and forgot nobody in the establishment, not only in tips, but in a frank and sympathetic address which must have contrasted curiously, in their minds, with the reserve and indifference of other English tourists. At Florence he met Mr. Henry Roderick Newman, an American artist who had been at Coniston and was working for the Guild. He introduced Ruskin to Mrs. and Miss Alexander. In these ladies' home he found his own aims in religion, philanthropy, and art realized in an unexpected way. Miss Alexander's drawing at first struck him by its sincerity. Not only did she draw beautifully, but she also wrote a beautiful hand, and it had been one of his old sayings that missal writing rather than missal painting was the admirable thing in medieval art. The legends illustrated by her drawings were collected by herself through an intimate acquaintance with Italians of all classes, from the nobles to the peasantry, whom she understood and loved, and by whom she was loved and understood. By such intercourse she had learned to look beneath the surface. In religious matters her American common sense saw through her neighbours, saw the good in them as well as the weakness, and she was as friendly not only in social intercourse but in spiritual things with the worthy village priest as with T.P. Rossetti, the leader of the Protestant Brethren, whom she called her pastor. And Ruskin, who had been driven away from Protestantism by the poor Waldensian at Turin, and had wandered through many realms of doubt and voyaged through strange seas of thought, alone found harbour at last, with the disciple of a modern evangelist, the frequenter of the little meeting-house of outcast Italian Protestants. One evening before dinner, he brought back to the hotel at Florence a drawing of a lovely girl lying dead in the sunset, and a little notebook. "I want you to look over this," he said, in a way, but not quite in a tone, with which the usual manuscript submitted for criticism was tossed to a secretary to taste. It was The True Story of Ida, written by her friend. An appointment to meet Mr. E.R. Robson, who was making plans for an intended Sheffield museum, took him back to Lucca to discuss Romanesque mouldings and marble facings. Mr. Charles Fairfax Murray also came to Lucca with drawings commissioned for St. John's Guild. But Ruskin soon returned to his new friends, and did not leave Florence finally until he had purchased the wonderful collection of 110 drawings with beautifully written text, in which Miss Alexander had enshrined the roadside songs of Tuscany. Returning homewards by the Monsigny, he stayed a while at Talois, a favourite haunt, extremely content to be among romantic scenery, and able to work steadily at a new edition of his books in a much cheaper form, of which the first volumes were at this time in hand. He had been making further studies also in history and alpine geology, but at last the snow drove him away from the mountains. So he handed over the geology to his assistant, who compiled the Limestone Alps of Savoy, supplementary to DEUCALION, as he could, not as he would, while Ruskin wrote out the new ideas suggested by his visit to Cîteaux and St. Bernard's birthplace. These notes he completed on the journey home, and gave as a lecture on Cistercian architecture, London Institution, December 4th, 1882, in place of the previously advertised lecture on crystallography. He seemed now to have quite recovered his health, and to be ready for re-entry into public life. What was more, he had many new things to say. The attacks of brain fever had passed over him like passing storms, leaving a clear sky. After his retirement from the Oxford professorship, a subscription had been opened for a bust by Sir Edward Bohun, in memorial of a university benefactor, and the model
now in the Sheffield Museum, was placed in the drawing school pending the collection of the necessary £220. The Oxford University Herald, in its article of June 5, 1880, no doubt expressed the general feeling in reciting his benefactions to the university with becoming appreciation. It was natural, therefore, that on recovering his health he should resume his post. Professor, now Sir W. B. Richmond, the son of his old friend Mr. George Richmond, gracefully retired, and the Oxford University Gazette of January 16, 1883, announced the re-election. On March 2 he wrote that he was up the old man yesterday, as much as to say that he defied catechism now about his health, and a week later he gave his first lecture. The St. James Budget of March 16 gave an account of it in these terms. Mr. Ruskin's first lecture at Oxford attracted so large an audience that, half an hour before the time fixed for its delivery, a greater number of persons were collected about the door than the lecture-room could hold. Immediately after the doors were opened, the room was so densely packed that some undergraduates found it convenient to climb into the windows and onto the cupboards. The audience was composed almost equally of undergraduates and ladies, with the exception of the vice-chancellor, heads of houses, fellows, and tutors were chiefly conspicuous by their absence. I omit an abstract of the lecture which can be read in full in the Art of England. The reporter continued. He had made some discoveries, 2 lads and 2 lasses, who could draw in a way to please even him. He used to say that, except in a pretty graceful way, no woman can draw. He had now almost come to think that no one else can. This statement the undergraduates received with gallant, if undiscriminating, applause. To many of his prejudices, Mr. Ruskin said, in the last few years the axe had been laid. He had positively found an American, a young lady, whose life and drawing were in every way admirable. Again, great and generous applause on the part of the undergraduates, stimulated, no doubt, by the knowledge that there were then in the room 2 fair Americans who have lately graced Oxford by their presence. At the end of his lecture, Mr. Ruskin committed himself to a somewhat perilous statement. He had found 2 young Italian artists in whom the true spirit of old Italian art had yet lived. No hand like theirs had been put to paper since Lippi and Leonardo. 3 more lectures of the course were given in May, and each repeated to a second audience. Coming to London, he gave a private lecture on June 5th to some 200 hearers at the house of Mrs. W. H. Bishop in Kensington, on Miss Kate Greenaway and Miss Alexander. The Spectator shared his enthusiasm for the pen and ink drawings of Miss Alexander's Roadside Songs of Tuscany, and concluded a glowing account of the lecture by saying, "All Professor Ruskin's friends must be glad to see how well his Oxford work has agreed with him. He has gifts of insight and power of reaching the best feelings and the highest hopes of our 2 indifferent generations, which are very rare." With much encouragement in his work, he returned to Brantwood for the summer, and resolved upon another visit to Savoy for more geology and another breath of health-giving Alpine air. But he found time only for a short tour in Scotland before returning to Oxford to complete the series of lectures on recent English art. During this term, he was prevailed upon to allow himself to be nominated as a candidate for the rectorship of the University of Glasgow. He had been asked to stand in the Conservative interest in 1880, and he had been worried into a rather rough reply to the Liberal party,
when after some correspondence they asked him whether he sympathized with Lord Beaconsfield or Mr. Gladstone. "What in the devil's name," he exclaimed, "have you to do with either Mr. Disraeli or Mr. Gladstone? You are students at the university, and have no more business with politics than you have with rat-catching. Had you ever read 10 words of mine with understanding, you would have known that I care no more either for Mr. Disraeli or Mr. Gladstone than for 2 old bagpipes with the drums going by steam. But that I hate all liberalism as I do Beelzebub, and that with Carlyle I stand, we two, alone now in England, for God and the Queen." After that, though he might explain that he never under any conditions of provocation or haste would have said that he hated liberalism as he did Mammon or Belial or Moloch, that he chose the mild fend of Akron as the true exponent and patron of liberty, the god of flies. Still, the matter of fact, Glaswegians were minded to give the scoffer a wide berth. He was put up as an independent candidate in the 3-cornered duel, and as such candidates usually fare, he fared badly. The only wonder is that 319 students were found to vote for him, instead of siding, in political orthodoxy, with Mr. Fawcett or the Marquis of Bute. At last a busy and eventful year came to a close at Coniston, with a lecture at the village institute on his old friend Sir Herbert Edward, December the 22nd. His interest in the school and the school-children was unabated, and he was always planning new treats for them or new helps to their lessons. He had set one of the assistants to make a large hollow globe, inside of which one could sit and see the stars as luminous points pricked through the mimic vault of heaven, painted blue and figured with the constellations. By a simple arrangement of cogs and rollers, the globe revolved, the stars rose and set, and the position of any star at any hour of the year could be roughly fixed. But the inclement climate of Coniston and the natural roughness of children soon wrecked the new toy. About this time, he was anxious to get the village children taught music with more accuracy of tune and time than the ordinary singing lessons enforced. He made many experiments with different simple instruments, and fixed at last upon a set of bells, which he wanted to introduce into the school. But it was difficult to interfere with the routine of students prescribed by the code. Considering that he scorned the 3 R's, a school after his own heart would have been a very different place from any that earns the government grant, and he very strongly believed that if a village child learned the rudiments of religion and morality, sound rules of health and manners, and a habit of using its eyes and ears in the practice of some good handicraft or art and simple music, and in natural philosophy taught by object lessons, then book learning would either come of itself or be passed aside as unnecessary or superfluous. This was his motive in a well-known incident which has sometimes puzzled his public. Once, when new buildings were going on, the mason wanted an advance of money, which Mr. Ruskin gave him, and then held out the paper for him to sign the receipt. A great deal of hesitation and embarrassment ensued, somewhat to Mr. Ruskin's surprise, as he knows a North Country man a great deal too well to expect embarrassment from him. At last the man said in dialect, "And man put my mark." He could not write. Mr. Ruskin rose at once, stretched out both hands to the astonished rustic, with the words, "I am so proud to know you. Now I understand why you are such an entirely good workman."
End of Book 4, Chapter 8. Recording by Xiaoyan, Arrowsmith.
Book 4, Chapter 9 of The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. Book 4, Professor and Prophet, 1870 to 1900. Chapter 9, The Storm Cloud, 1884 to 1888. Recording by Graham Arrowsmith. The sky had been a favourite subject of study with the author of Modern Painters. His journals for 50 years past had kept careful account of the weather and effects of cloud. He had noticed since 1871 a prevalence of chilly, dark bies, as it would be called in France, but different in its phenomena from anything of his earlier days. The plague wind, so he named it, tremulous, intermittent, blighting grass and trees, blew from no fixed point of the compass, but always brought the same dirty sky in place of the healthy rain cloud of normal summers, and the very thunderstorm seemed to be altered by its influence into foul and powerless abortions of tempest. We should now be disposed to call this simply the smoke nuisance, but feeling as he did the weight of human wrong against which it was his mission to prophesy, believing in a divine government of the world in all its literalness, he had the courage to appear before a London audience, like any seer of old, and to tell them that this eclipse of heaven was, if not a judgment, at all events a symbol of the moral darkness of a nation that had blasphemed the name of God deliberately and openly, and had done iniquity by proclamation, every man doing as much injustice to his brother as it was in his power to do. In the autumn, at Oxford, he took up his parable again. His lectures on the pleasures of England he intended as a sketch of the main stream of history from his own religious standpoint. It was a noble theme, and one which his breadth of outlook and detailed experience would have fitted him to handle, but he was already nearing the limit of his vital powers. He had been suffering from depression throughout the summer, unrelieved by the energetic work for St. George's Museum, which in other days might have been a relaxation from more serious thought. He had been editing Miss Alexander's Roadside Songs of Tuscany and recasting earlier works of his own, incessantly busy, presuming upon the health he had enjoyed and taking no hints nor advice from anxious friends who would have been glad to have seen the summer spent in change of scene and holiday-making. At Oxford he was watched with concern, restless and excited, too absorbed in his crusade against the tendencies of the modern scientific party, too vehement and unguarded in his denunciations of colleagues, too bitter against the new order of things which, to his horror, was introducing vivisection in the place of the old-fashioned natural history he loved, and speculative criticism instead of religious and useful learning. He was persuaded to cancel his last 3 attacks on modern life and thought, the pleasures of truth, of sense, and of nonsense, and to substitute readings from earlier works, hastily arranged and rewritten, and his friends breathed more freely when he left Oxford without another serious attack of brain disease. He wrote on December 1st, 1884 to Miss Beaver, "I gave my 14th, and last for this year, lecture with vigour and effect, and am safe and well, D.G., after such a spell of work as I never did before." To another correspondent a few days later, "Here are 2 lovely little songs for you to put tunes to and sing to me. You'll have both to be ever so good to me, for I've been dreadfully bothered and battered here. I've bothered other people a little too, which is some comfort." But in spite of everything, the vote was passed to establish a physiological laboratory, the museum, to endow vivisection, which to him meant not only cruelty to animals, but a complete misunderstanding of the purpose of science and defiance of the moral law. He resigned his professorship with the sense that all his work had been in vain, that he was completely out of touch with the age, and that he had best give up the unequal fight. In former times, when he had found himself beaten in his struggles with the world, he had turned to geology for a resource and a relief. But geology, too, was part of the field of battle now. The memories of his early youth and the bright days of his boyhood came back to him as the only antidote to the distress and disappointments of his age, and he strove to forget everything in bygones and preterita. It was Professor Norton who had suggested that he should write his own life, He had begun to tell the story, bit by bit, in fours. On the journey of 1882 he made a point of revisiting most of the scenes of youthful work and travel, to revive his impressions. But the meeting with Miss Alexander gave him new interests, and his return to Oxford put the autobiography into the background. Now, at last, he collected the scattered notes and completed his first volume, which brings the account up to the time of his coming of age. It is not a connected and systematic biography. It omits many points of interest, especially the steps of his early successes and mental development. But it is the brightest conceivable picture of himself and his surroundings, scenes and thoughts perhaps worthy of memory, as the title modestly puts it, told with inimitable ease and graphic power. We have traced a life which was, even more than might be gathered from Praeterita, a battle with adversities from the beginning. Not to discuss the influences of heredity, there was overstimulus in childhood, intense application to work in youth and middle age, under conditions of discouragement, both public and private, which would have been fatal to many another man. And this, too, not merely hard work, but work of an intense emotional nature, involving, in his view at least, wide issues of life and death, in which he was another Jacob wrestling with the angel in the wilderness, another Savonarola imploring reconciliation between God and man. Without a life of singular temperance, without unusual moral principle and self-command, he would long ago have fallen like other men of genius of his passionate type. He outlived consumptive tendencies in youth, and the repeated indications of overstrain in later life, up to the time of his first serious breakdown in 1878, had issued in nothing more than the depression and fatigue with which most busy men are familiar. He had been accustomed to hear himself called mad, and the defence of Turner was thought by the dilettanti of the time to be possible only to a lunatic. The author of Stones of Venice, we saw, was insane in the eyes of his critic, the architect. It was seriously whispered when he wrote on political economy that Ruskin was out of his mind, and so on. Every new thing he put forward made Quintilian stare and gasp, and soi-disant friends shake their heads until a still newer 9 Days' Wonder appeared from his pen. The breakdown of 1878, so difficult to explain to his public, made it appear that the common reproach might after all be coming true. The recurrence of a similar illness in 1881 and 1882 made it still more to be feared. It seemed as though his life's work was to be invalidated by his age's failure. It seemed that the stale, shallow reproach might only too easily be justifiable. These attacks of mental disease, which at his recall to Oxford seemed to have been safely distanced, after his resignation, began again at more and more frequent intervals. Crash after crash of tempest fell upon him, clearing away for a while only to return with fiercer fury, until they left him beaten down and helpless at last, to learn that he must accept the lesson and bow before the storm. Like another prophet, who had been very jealous for the Lord God of hosts, he was to feel tempest and earthquake and fire pass over him, before hearing the still, small voice that bade him once more take courage and live in quietness and in confidence, for the sake of those whom he had forgotten, when he cried, "I, even I only, am left." From one who has been out in the storm, the reader will not expect a cool recital of its effects. The delirium of brain fever brings strange things to pass, and, no doubt, afforded ground for the painful gossip, of which there has been more than enough, much of it absurdly untrue, the romancing of ingenious newspaper correspondence, some of it the lie that is half a truth. For in these times there were not wanting parasites, such as always prey upon creatures in disease, as well as weak admirers who misunderstood their hero's natural character, and entirely failed to grasp his situation. Let such troubles of the past be forgotten. All that I now remember of many a weary night and day is the vision of a great soul in torment, and through purgatorial fires the ineffable tenderness of the real man emerging, with his passionate appeal to justice and baffled desire for truth. To those who could not follow the wanderings of the wearied brain, it was nothing but a horrible or a grotesque nightmare. Some, in those trials, learnt as they could not otherwise have learnt to know him, and to love him as never before. There were many periods of health or comparative health even in those years. While convalescent from the illness of 1885, he continued Praeterita and Delecta, the series of notes and letters illustrating his life. In connection with early reminiscences, he amused himself by reproducing his favourite old nursery book, Dame Wiggins of Lee. He edited the works of one or two friends, wrote occasionally to newspapers, notably on books and reading, to the Pall Mall Gazette, in the Symposium on the Best 100 Books. He continued his arrangements for the museum, and held an exhibition, June 1886, of the drawings made under his direction for the Guild. He was already drifting into another illness when he sent the famous reply to an appeal for help to pay off the debt of the chapel at Richmond. The letter is often misquoted for the sake of raising a laugh, so that it is not out of place to reprint it as a specimen of the more vehement expressions of this period. The reader of his life must surely see, through the violence of the wording, a perfectly consistent and reasonable expression of Mr. Ruskin's views. Brantwood, Coniston, Lancashire, May the 19th, 1886. Sir, I am scornfully amused at your appeal to me, of all people in the world the precisely least likely to give you a farthing. My first word to all men and boys who care to hear me is, don't get into debt. Starve and go to heaven, but don't borrow. Try first begging. I don't mind if it's really needful, stealing. But don't buy things you can't pay for. And of all manner of debtors, pious people building churches they can't pay for are the most detestable nonsense to me. Can't you preach and pray behind the hedges, or in a sandpit or a coal-hole first? And of all manner of churches thus idiotically built, iron churches are the damnablest to me. And of all the sects of believers in any ruling spirit, Hindus, Turks, feather idolaters, and mumbo-jumbo log-and-fire worshippers, who want churches, your modern English evangelical sect is the most absurd, and entirely objectionable and unendurable to me. All which they might very easily have found out from my books, any other sort of sect would, before bothering me to write it to them. Ever, nevertheless, and in all this saying, your faithful servant, John Ruskin. The recipient of the letter promptly sold it. Only 3 days later, Ruskin was writing one of the most striking passages in Praeterita, Volume 2, Chapter 5, indeed one of the daintiest landscape pieces in all his works, describing the blue Rhone as it flows under the bridges of Geneva. This energetic letter-writing made people stare, but a more serious result of these periods between strength and helplessness was the tendency to misunderstanding with old friends. Ruskin had spoiled many of them, if I may say so, by too uniform forbearance and unselfishness, and now that he was not always strong enough to be patient, difficulties ensued which they had not always the tact to avert. The moment I have to scold people, they say I'm crazy, he said, piteously, one day, and so, one hardly knows how, he found himself at strife on all sides. Before he was fully recovered from the attack of 1886, there were troubles about the Oxford Drawing School, and he withdrew most of the pictures he had there on loan. How little animosity he really felt against Oxford is shown from the fact that early in the next year, February 1887, he was planning with his cousin, William Richardson, to give £5,000 to the drawing school as a joint gift in memory of their two mothers. Mr. Richardson's death and Ruskin's want of means, for he had already spent all his capital, put an end to the scheme, but the remaining loans, including important and valuable drawings by himself, he did not withdraw, and it is to be hoped they may stay there to show not only the artist's hand, but the friendly heart of the founder and benefactor. In April 1887 came the news of Lawrence Hilliard's death in the Aegean, with a shock that intensified the tendency to another recurrence of illness. For months the situation caused great anxiety. In August he posted with Mrs. A. towards the south, and took up his quarters at Folkestone, moving soon after to Sandgate, where he remained with short visits to town until the following summer, better or worse from week to week, sometimes writing a little for Praeterita, or preparing material for the continuation of unfinished books, but bringing on his malady with each new effort. In June 1888 he went with Mr. Arthur Severn to Abbeville, and made his headquarters for nearly a month at the Tête de Bœuf. Here he was arrested for sketching the fortifications and examined at the police station, much to his amusement. At Abbeville, too, he met Mr. Dietmar Blow, a young architect, whom he asked to accompany him to Italy. They stayed a while at Paris, drove, as in 1882, over the Jura and up to Chamonix, where Ruskin wrote the epilogue to the reprint of Modern Painters. Then, by Martigny and the Simplon, they went to visit Mr. and Mrs. Alexander at Bassano. and thence to Venice. They returned by the St. Gothard, reaching Herne Hill early in December. But this journey did not, as it had been hoped, put him in possession of his strength like the journey of 1882. Then he had returned to public life with new vigour. Now his best hours were hours of feebleness and depression, and he came home to Brantwood in the last days of the year, wearied to death, to wait for the end. End of Book 4, Chapter 9. Recording by Graham Arrowsmith.
Book 4, Chapter 10 of The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. Book 4, Professor and Prophet, 1870 to 1900. Chapter 10, Dat Lola Quieti, 1889 to 1900. Recording by Xiaoyan Arrowsmith. In the summer of 1889, at Seascale, on the Cumberland coast, Ruskin was still busy upon Praeterita. He had his task planned out to the finish. In 9 more chapters, he meant to conclude his 3rd volume with a review of the leading memories of his life down to the year 1875, when the story was to close. Passages here and there were written, material collected from old letters and journals, and the contents and the titles of the chapters arranged, but the intervals of strength had become fewer and shorter, and at last, in spite of all his courage and energy, he was brought face to face with the fact that his powers were ebbing away, and that head and hand would do their work no more. He could not finish Praeterita, but he could not leave it without a record of one companionship of his life, which was, it seemed, all that was left to him of the old times and the old folks at home. And so, setting aside the plans he had made, he devoted the last chapter, as his forebodings told him it must be, to his cousin, Mrs. Arthur Seven, and wrote the story of Joanna's care. In his bedroom at Seascale, morning after morning, he still worked or tried to work, as he had been used to do on journeys farther afield in brighter days. But now he seemed lost among the papers scattered on his table. He could not fix his mind upon them, and turned from one subject to another in despair, and yet patient and kindly to those with whose help he could no longer use, and who dared not show, though he could not but guess, how heart-breaking it was. They put the best face upon it, of course, drove in the afternoons about the country, to Moncaster Castle, to Calder Abbey, where he tried to sketch once more, and when the proofs of Joanna's care were finally revised, to Wast-Water. But travelling now was no longer restorative. It added not a little to the misfortunes of the time that 2 of his best friends in the outside world were disputing over a third. By nobody was Carlyle's repetition more valued, and yet he acknowledged that Froude was but telling the truth in the revelations which so surprised the public. Much as he admired Norton, he deprecated the attack on Carlyle's literary executor, whose motives he understood and approved. In August, after his return to Coniston, the storm cloud came down upon him once more. It was only in the summer of 1890 that he was able to get about, but firmly convinced that his one chance lay in absolute rest and quiet, he wisely refused any sort of exertion, and was rewarded by a temporary improvement in health and strength. In the meantime he was obliged to hand over to others such parts of his work as others could do. The St. George's Guild still continued in existence, though it naturally lost much of its interest and the whole of its distinctive mission when he ceased to be able to direct it. The museum had quite outgrown its cottage at Walkley, never intended for more than temporary premises, and for 10 years there had been talk of new buildings, at first on the spot, then on the Guild ground at Beaulieu, where at one time Ruskin planned a fairy palace in the woods, with cloistered hostelries for the wandering student. Such scheme was stopped less by his illness than by want of means. Sheffield, however, did not wish to lose the museum, and offered to house it if the Guild would present it to the town. That was, of course, out of the question. But a few offered to take over the collection on loan. The Guild paying a curator was another matter, and was thankfully accepted. The corporation fulfilled their share of the bargain with generosity. An admirable site was assigned at Meersbrook Park, in a fine old hall surrounded with trees and overlooking a broad view of the town and the country. On April 15th, 1890, the museum was opened by the Earl of Carlisle, in presence of the corporation, the trustees of the Guild, and a large assembly of friends and Sheffield townspeople. Since then, the attendance of visitors and students shows that the collection is appreciated by the public, and it is to be hoped that though nominally alone it will remain there in perpetuity, and that it will be maintained and used with due regard to the intentions of the founder. Many other plans had to be modified, as he found himself less able to work, and was obliged to hand over his business to others. With his early books he had been dissatisfied, as expressing immature views. The Stones of Venice had been recast into 2 small volumes, and ST.MARK's Rest written in the attempt to supplement and correct it. But the original book was obviously in demand, and a new edition was brought out in 1886. Modern painters had also been on the condemned list. The aggressive Protestantism and the geological theories involved in his description of mountains he condemned as errors. Moreover, at the time of the last edition published by Messrs. Smith and Elder, 1873, he had been told that the plates, which he considered a very important part of the work, would not stand another impression, and so he destroyed 9 of them, in order that no subsequent edition might be brought out in the original form. He reprinted Volume 2 in a cheap edition, and began to recast the rest with annotations and additions, as in Montibus, Sanctis, and Celli and Allant, while Miss S. Beaver's selections from this Saglistis found a ready sale. But this did not satisfy the public, and there was a continual cry for a reprint, to which at last he yielded. Early in 1889, the complete edition appeared, with the cancelled plates reproduced. He had always felt it a grievance that the enormous popularity of his works in America meant an enormous piracy. Towards the end of the 50s, Mr. Willie of New York had begun to print cheap Ruskins, not, indeed, illegally, but without proper acknowledgment to the author, and without any reference to the author's wishes as to form and style of production. An artist and a writer on art, insisting on delicacy and refinement as the first necessity of draftsmanship, and himself sparing no trouble or expense in the illustrations of his own works, was naturally dissatisfied with the wretched autotypes with which the American editions caricatured his beautiful plates. Not only that, but it was a common practice to smuggle these editions, recommended by their cheapness, into other countries. Mr. Willie sent, on an average, 500 sets of modern painters to Europe every year, the greater number to England. His example was followed by other American publishers, so that in New York alone there came to be half a dozen houses advertising Ruskin's works, and many more throughout the cities of the States. Mr. Willie, the first in the field, proposed to pay up a royalty upon all the copies he had sold if Ruskin would recognize him as a credited publisher in America. The offer of so large a sum would have been tempting had it not meant that Mr. Ruskin must condone what he had for years denounced and sanction what he strongly disapproved. The case would have been different if proposals had been made to reproduce his books in his own style under competent supervision. This was done in 1890, when arrangements were made with Mrs. Charles E. Merrill & Co. of New York to bring out the Brantwood edition of Ruskin under the editorship of Professor C. E. Norton. Though the sale of Ruskin's books in America had never, until so recently, brought him any profit, his own business in England started in 1871 when a monthly pamphlet of Falls, and in 1872 with the volume of Sesame and Lilies, prospered singularly. Mr. George Allen, who, while building up an independent connection, still remained the sole publisher of Mr. Ruskin's works, said that the venture was successful from its earliest years. It was found that the booksellers were not indispensable, and that business could be done through the post as well as over the counter. In spite of occasional difficulties, such as the bringing out of works in parts, appearing irregularly, or stopping outright at the author's illnesses, there was a steady increase of profit, rising in the author's later years, according to Mr. Allen, to an average of £4,000. Fortunately it was that this bold attempt succeeded. The £200,000 he inherited from his parents had gone, chiefly in gifts and in attempts to do good. The interest he used to spend on himself, the capital he gave away until it totally disappeared, except what is represented by the house he lived in and its contents. The sale of his books was his only income, and a great part of that went to pensioners to whom, in the days of his wealth, he pledged himself, to relatives and friends, discharged servants, institutions in which he took an interest at one time or other. But he had sufficient for his wants, and no need to fear poverty in his old age. In this quiet retreat at Brantwood, the echoes of the outer world did not sound very loudly. Ruskin had been too highly praised and too roundly abused during 50 years of public life to care what magazine critics and journalists said of him. Other men of his standing could solace themselves, if it be solace, in the consciousness that a grateful country has recognized their talents or their services. But civic and academic honours were not likely to be showered on a man who had spent his life in strenuous opposition to academicism in art and letters, and in vigorous attacks upon both political parties and upon the established order of things. And yet Oxford and Cambridge awarded him the highest honours in their gift. In 1873, the Royal Society of Painters in Watercolours voted him honorary member, a recognition which gave him great pleasure at the time. At different dates, he was elected to various societies, geological, zoological, architectural, horticultural, historical, anthropological, metaphysical, and to the Athenaeum and Alpine clubs. He was elected honorary member of the Academic of Florence in 1862, of the Academy of Venice 1877, of the Royal Academies of Antwerp and Brussels in 1892, and was also an honorary member of the American Academy. But he did not seek distinctions, and he even declined them, as in the case of the Medal of the Royal Institute of British Architects. A more striking form of distinction than such titles is the fact that he was the first writer whose contemporaries, during his lifetime, formed a society to study his work. The first Ruskin Society was founded in 1879 at Manchester, and was followed by the Societies of London, Glasgow, and Liverpool. In 1887, the Ruskin Reading Guild was formed in Scotland, with many local branches in England and Ireland, and a journal subsequently renamed I.FIRST. to promote study of literary and social subjects in Ruskin, and in writers like Carlyle and Tolstoy taking a standpoint similar to his. In 1896, Ruskin societies were formed at Birmingham and in the Isle of Man. Many classes and clubs for the study of Ruskin were also in operation throughout America during his lifetime. His 80th birthday was the signal for an outburst of congratulations almost greater than even admirers had expected. The post came late and loaded with flowers and letters, and all day long telegrams arrived from all parts of the world until they lay in heaps, unopened for the time being. A great address had been prepared with costly illumination on vellum and binding by Mr. Cobden Sanderson. Year by year, it said, in ever-widening extent, there is an increasing trust in your teaching, an increasing desire to realize the noble ideals you have set before mankind in words which we feel had brought nearer to our hearts the kingdom of God upon earth. It is our hope and prayer that the joy and the peace you have brought to others may return in full measure to your own heart, filling it with the peace which comes from the love of God and the knowledge of the love of your fellow man. Among those who subscribed to these sentiments were various people of importance, such as Royal Academicians, the Royal Society of Painters in Watercolours, the trustees of the British Museum and of the National Gallery, the St. George's Guild and Ruskin Societies, with many others, and the address was presented by a deputation who reported that they had found him looking well and extremely happy. A similar illuminated address from the University of Oxford ran thus: "We venture to send you, as you begin your 81st year, these few words of greeting and goodwill, to make you sure that in Oxford the gratitude and reverence with which men think of you is ever fresh. You have helped many to find in life more happiness than they thought it held, and we trust there is happiness in the later years of your long life. You have taught many to see the wealth of beauty in nature and in art, prizing the remembrance of it, and we trust that the sights you have best loved come back to your memory with unfading beauty. You have encouraged many to keep a good heart through dark days, and we trust that the courage of a constant hope is yours." The London Ruskin Society sent a separate address, and to show that if not a prophet in his own country, he was, at any rate, a valued friend. The Coniston parish council resolved, and carried unanimously, says the local journal, with applause, that the congratulations of this council be offered to Mr. John Ruskin, on the occasion of his 80th birthday, together with the warm thanks which they and all their neighbours feel for the kindness he has shown, and the many generous acts he has done to them and theirs during 27 years of residence at Coniston, where his presence is most truly appreciated, and his name will always be most gratefully remembered. But as the year went on, he did not regain his usual summer strength. Walking out had become a greater weariness to him, and he had to submit to the humiliation of a bath chair. To save himself even the labour of creeping down to his study, he sat usually in the turret room upstairs, next to his bedchamber, but still with the look of health in his face and fire in his eyes quite unconquered. He would listen while Baxter read the news to him, following public events with interest, or while Mrs. Seven or Miss Seven read stories, novel after novel, but always liking old favourites best, and never anything that wasn't happy. Some pet books he would pore over or drowse over by the hour. The last of these was one in which he had a double interest, for it was about ships of war, and it was written by the kinsman of a dear friend. Some of the artists he had loved and helped had failed him or left him, but Burne-Jones was always true. One night, going up to bed, The old man stopped long to look at the photograph from Philip Burne-Jones's portrait of his father.
"That's my dear brother Ned," he said, nodding good-bye to the picture as he went. Next night the great artist died, and of all the many losses of these later years, this one was the hardest to bear. So when a little boy lent him A Fleet in Being, he read and reread it, then got a copy for himself and might have learnt it by heart, so long he pored over it. But when the little boy or his sisters went to visit the dear papa, as he liked children to call their old friend, he had now scarcely anything to talk about. "He just looked at us and smiled," they would report, "and we couldn't think what to say." He had his bright days when he would hear business discussed, though a very little of it was wearisome. It was impossible to bring before him half the wants and wishes of his correspondents, who could not yet realize his weakness, and besought the notice they fancied so easily given. Yet in that weakness one could trace no delusions, none of the mental breakdown which was taken for granted. If he gave an opinion, it was clear and sound enough, of course, with the old Ruskinian waywardness of idea which always puzzled his public. But he knew what he was about, and knew what was going on. He was like the aged Queen Aud in the saga, who rose late and went to bed early, and if anyone asks after her health, she answered sharply. But all the love and care spent on him could not keep him with us. There came the green Yule that makes a fat kirkyard, and in January of 1900 hardly a house in the neighbourhood was free from the plague of influenza. In spite of strictest precautions, it invaded Brantwood. On the 18th of January he was remarkably well, as people often are before an illness, fey, as the old northern folklore has it. Towards evening, when Mrs. Seven went to him for the usual reading, it was Edna Lyall's In the Golden Days. His throat was irritable, and he ached all over. They put him to bed and sent for Dr. Parsons, his constant medical attendant, who found his temperature as high as 102 degrees, and feared the consequences. But the patient, as he always did, refused to be considered ill, and ate his dinner and seemed the next day to be really better. There was no great cause for alarm, though naturally some for anxiety, and in reasonable hopes of amendment, the slight attack was not made public. On Saturday morning, the 20th, all appeared to be going well until about 10:30. Suddenly he collapsed, and became unconscious. It was the dreaded failure of heart after influenza. His breathing weakened, and through the morning and through the afternoon in that historic little room, lined with his Turners, he lay, falling softly asleep. No efforts could revive him. There was no struggle. There were no words. The bitterness of death was spared him, and when it was all over, and those who had watched through the day turned at last from his bedside, sunset and the evening star shone bright above the heavenly lake and the clear-cut blue of Coniston Fells. Next morning brought messages of hurried condolence, and Monday such a chorus from the press as made all the praises of his lifetime seem trifling and all its blame forgotten. If only, in his years of struggle and despair, he had known the place he should win. On the Tuesday came a telegram offering a grave in Westminster Abbey, the highest honour our nation can give to its dead. But his own mind had long since been made plain on that point, and his wishes had not been forgotten. "If I die here," he used to say, "bury me at Coniston. I should have liked, if it happened at Herne Hill, to lie with my father and mother in Shirley churchyard, as I should have wished, if I die among the Alps, to be buried in the snow. We carried him on Monday night down from his bedchamber and laid him in the study. There was a pane of glass let into the coffin lid, so that the face might be kept in sight, and there it lay, among lilies of the valley, and framed in a wreath sent by Mr. Watts, the great painter, a wreath of the true Greek laurel, the victor's crown, from the tree growing in his garden, cut only thrice before, for Tennyson and Leighton and Burne-Jones. It would be too long to tell of all such tokens of affection and respect that were heaped upon the coffin, from the wreath of the Princess Louis down to the tributes of humble dependents. Above 125 we counted, some of them the costliest money could buy, some valued no less for the feeling they expressed. I am not sure that the most striking was not the village tailor's, with this on its label: "There was a man sent from God, and his name was John." On a Wednesday we made our sad procession to the church. Through storm and flood, the village was in mourning, and round the churchyard gates men, women, and children stood in throngs. The coffin was carried in by 8 of those who had been in his employ, and the church filled noiselessly with neighbours and friends, who after the hymn and the Lord's Prayer and a long silence passed up the aisles for their last look, and to heap more offerings of wreaths and flowers around the bier. At dusk tall candles were lit, and so through the winter's night watch was kept. Thursday, the 25th, brought together a great assembly, great for the remoteness of the place and inclemency of the weather. The country folk have a saying, "Happy is the dead, and the rain rains on," and the fells were darkly clouded, and the beck rolled by, swollen to a torrent. The church was far too small to hold the congregation, which included most of his personal friends and the representatives of many public bodies. A crowd stood outside in the storm while the service went on. It began with a hymn written for the occasion by Canon Rawnsley, who with the vicar of Hawkshead, Brantwood's parish church, read the psalms. A hymn, "Comes at the times a stillness as of even," was sung by his friend Miss Wakefield, and the lesson read by Canon Richmond arrived officially to represent the Bishop of Carlisle, but to most of us representing old times and comradeships of his youth and early manhood. The Vicar of Coniston and the Reverend Reginald Maister, on behalf of the Dean of Christ Church, also took part in the service. When the Dead March sounded, the coffin was covered with a pall given by the Ruskin linen industry of Keswick, lined with bright crimson silk, and embroidered with the motto, "On to this last," and with his favourite wild roses showered over the grey field, just as they fall in the Primavera of Botticelli. There was no black about his burying, except for what we wore for our own sorrow. It was remembered how he hated black, so much that he would even have his mother's coffin painted blue, and among the white and green and violet of the wreaths that filled the chancel, none was more significant in its sympathy than Mrs. Seven's great cross of red roses. As we carried him down the churchyard path, a drop or two fell from the boughs, but a gleam of sunshine, the first after many days, shot along the crags from under the cloud, and the wind paused. Standing there by the graveside, who could help being thankful that he had found so lovely a resting place after so tranquil a falling to sleep? At his feet, parted only by the fence and garden, is the village school, and who does not know how he loved the children of Coniston? At his right hand are the graves of the Beavers,
Miss Susan Beaver lies next to him. Over the spot hang the thick boughs of a fir tree. Who does not know what he has written of his favourite mountain pine? And behind the church, shut in with its dark yews, rise the crags of Coniston, those that he wearied for in his boyhood, beneath which he prayed in sickness to lie down and rest. The crags are lone on Coniston. End of Book 4, Chapter 10. Recording by Xiaoyan Arrowsmith. End of the Life of John Ruskin by William Gershom Collingwood.